katoa nau mai ki te hui o te Pūroro Maherehere Annual Plan Long-Term Plan Committee I tēnei rā. E tū karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te turu, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mākina kina ki uta, kia mātaratara ki tai, e hi ake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora. I'll just let me or Heidi know if you need to leave the meeting. We've got breaks scheduled for 1:30, 2:20 and 4:10, with the meeting due to finish at 6:10 today, so a little earlier than we had anticipated. So we'll move on to the apologies. We have apologies from Mayor Foster, Councillor Paul and Councillor Young for partial absence. Do we have any others? Is Councillor Condi online? She might have her camera off. Anyway, so any others? No? Okay. Mā wai e tautoko? Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Day. So this is a good time for me to practice my te reo. E nai nei ka pōtiatia te motini. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. If you will vote. Okay, that has been carried unanimously. Are there any conflict of interest declarations? No? Okay, we'll move on to the minutes of the last meeting. That the Pūroro Maherehere Annual Long-Term Plan Committee approves the minutes of our meeting on 17th of May. 13th of April. Why am I reading my notes? I should read the screen. Do I have a seconder for those minutes? Councillor Day again. Thank you. And we will vote on those. Thank you. Yes, on the minutes. That's okay. All right. Ka whakapuaki au, kua mana te motini. Oh. Councillor Calvert, we're just waiting on your vote. I already declared the motion carried in Te Reo Māori. Thank you, that's carried unanimously. So there are no items not on the agenda. And there is no public participation, which I always find funny in hearings because it's actually all public participation. Yes, but it's for the purposes of a hearing. So welcome to the members of the public that are here. So we move straight on to hearing. The first name that we have is Stephen Fullove. Welcome. So if you can stand at the podium, green light for the microphone, and you've got 5 minutes, and that will include any questions. So thank you.
That's all right. Good afternoon, everyone. I've never done anything like this before, never been to a council meeting, never done anything similar, but I felt I represented a huge number of people and felt compelled to just speak out on one element of the overall plan, actually, which is the encroachment fees. Over the last couple of years, when I couldn't work or couldn't service, I got reduced fees and reduced payments. When the council couldn't provide services, there weren't any reduced fees and rates or anything. In fact, the rates went up. So government did little bits to help. Didn't feel that the council actually did anything. I mean, there was delayed payment options, but didn't feel that really offered much. In the last 4 years, I calculated the rates that I pay have gone up by 38.1% from the price from what I was paying back in 2017 to 21, and no idea what they're going to go up this time, but it's hurting, I can tell you. My income has also plateaued. And then we hit the cost of living crisis, which we're all feeling at the moment, I think. Inflation's at 6.9%, or whatever it is, a 30-year high. OCR and mortgage rates are going up, petrol prices through the roof, the cost of living essentials, food and everything going up, and no doubt the council rates are going up again. And then in its wisdom, we get this proposal that the encroachment fees are going to go up by 100%. They're going to double. I mean, that's flabbergasting, to be honest. If I was a landlord and put the rent up by 100%, I mean, what would you say to me? People wouldn't be happy. It's almost becoming unaffordable, some of these things. So, quite honestly, it sort of beggared belief. And in my view, it either showed ignorance or ambivalence to the ratepayers' situations. Because whatever the value of your house, you haven't got any more money in your pocket to be able to pay rate fees, increased rates, or encroachment fees. So that was really it, really. It was a big... I wanted to just get the message out there that a lot of people I know and myself very unhappy with the approach to encroachment fees. You can't just go about and double a cost of something. I mean, I've never heard of anything like that previously in my life. If it's out of sync with what you think the economic returns are, then it has to be done in a phased way. Just doubling that is crazy. So that's it, really. I just wanted to make that point. I haven't really got any other comments on the rest of the plan. I'm here just to complain about the increase in the encroachment fees and the general rates increases, which is hurting hard amongst all the cost of living.
Do we have any questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor Young.
So thank you, and I have a lot of sympathy from your point of view. Can you just describe to me what kind of encroachment you've got? I mean, is it a garage over a ravine? Is the land?
The garage just in the sort of beam in front of the house.
And so, is the land underneath flat, or is it?
The land that the garage is on is flat, but it steps up to the house, so it's really just a piece of land just at the front of the property.
Right. Could the land? I'm sorry?
By the pavement.
Right. Could the land be used for anything else?
Hard to say, really. I don't know. It's probably its best use.
Nothing
a garage
obvious.
Or a small.
Okay. Thank you.
I have another question from Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And like Councillor Young, I do have quite a bit of sympathy or empathy for your position. One of the reason for doubling the fees was essentially to help reduce the rates burden. You may not be able to answer this, but is there any area that you think we should look at reducing or cutting from your perspective?
Well, I don't know a lot about all the council projects, but there seem to be lots of, I won't call them vanity or personal projects. There doesn't seem to be a total coherence in what's been done. I see lots of things being done that perhaps maybe don't need to be done at this point in time because of cost of living. Works on, I mean, I'm a cyclist myself, but all the work's going on cycling and changing all the parking areas. And lots of work on playgrounds. I see lots of good playgrounds, and that's all positive stuff. I'm not criticising that, but are things that maybe don't need to be done at this point in time. My children, I've got 3 children, so it's not I'm against playgrounds. I love the playgrounds, but some of them seem to get upgraded unnecessarily at any point in time. And some of the sort of restructuring projects, the parking projects and things going on around town, some of them probably seem a bit unnecessary at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry we're out of time, but thank you so much for coming in. We appreciate it. Okay.
Thanks for hearing me.
All right. So the next person is Bruce Hamill, who's on Zoom, I understand. Welcome, Bruce. You have 5 minutes, including time for questions. So off you go.
Ngā mihi kia koutou e ngā kai Maherehere ki te tino whakamanawa tia hau ki te kore o kia koutou. My name's Bruce Hamill. I want to speak to the ongoing housing issue, how to keep housing going, city housing. I work with my team in community development and tenant support in two Berempore social housing complexes, Granville Flats and Rental Street Flats. I just really want to make a couple of points which I think are important in this time of transition. One is really, it's a tribute to the city housing team and to the way they have a kaupapa of kaitiaki for their social housing complexes. They see themselves very much that rather than landlords. Just landlords, and so they provide a coordinated services. They have personal involvement. They have now an on-the-ground presence, and I think whatever option you choose for the future, and it probably has to be a community a chip, that you need to allow, and it needs to allow new housing to be built. But it's important that that kaupapa continues and that institutional knowledge is not lost. So I would encourage you, maybe it's option B, to choose the option that maintains that strong social housing tradition in Wellington. I am totally in awe of the work of Angelique, Jamie, and the rest of the city housing team. So may it long continue. Secondly, I'm concerned about, I really think government needs to provide IRS, and I know this is not about the income-related rental subsidy. However, if we transfer housing to a community housing provider, to a CHIP, we're going to end up with a situation in about, let's imagine, 5 years' time where someone who was a tenant during the city housing days could be paying, let's say, $260 per week rental, and their next door neighbour, who happens to be a new tenant of the CHIP, might be paying, let's say, $120 per week. And so there'll be this gross inequality with no reason behind it other than the random fact that somebody happened to be a tenant during the city housing years. And I think that problem needs to be addressed in the transition towards community housing providers. As those of you will know who've read the book The Spirit Level, inequality is clearly, and there's lots of research behind this, correlates to a whole range of social problems. And if you have a state or a country where there's greater inequality, or humans are social animals, and there's a whole range of social problems. So what you have is increased social problems as a result of these random inequalities. So those are my 2 points. Wish you all the best in your decision-making on these matters.
Thanks,
Thank
Bruce. We do have a question from Councillor Pannett.
Sure.
Thank you, Bruce, for your compliments to our city housing team and for your own work. I'm just wondering if you see there's any problem with government policy stipulating really that councils shouldn't be owning housing, and wouldn't it be better to enlarge the number of providers and the resources so that we've got a strong council sector as well as a strong CHP one?
Oh, absolutely. There's a problem with that. I don't understand it, and I'd be happy for City Council to continue running social housing. But if government won't provide the money, I'm not sure what options there are left other than becoming a CHP. And I'm just really cautioning you about risks involved with that and encouraging you about what model to choose, really.
Councillor Foon, very quick question.
Well, Bruce, thank you so much for your mahi for our tenants. Just a quick question regarding the culture of kaitiaki with the WCC team. Would you say that last triennium it was a similar culture, or do you think this has improved?
Last triennium, 3 years ago.
Last 3 years ago, roughly, yeah. Councillors Lincoln trienniums.
Okay. I think with the loss of CAP, there was a while there where there was some chaos and there was a certain loss of presence on the ground. But in the last year, we've seen tenancy advisors on the ground in the flats, and I've worked very closely with Jamie Shackleton, who does a lot of the social work, and others. So I think they're working hard to regain that, and I just think people like Angelique and Susan Atkins and so on have a long history of providing support in a world that they understand, and keeping those people involved and keeping that kaupapa alive is crucial.
Thank you so much. Sorry, Councillor, I'll have to cut you off. We've got to keep to time. Thank you so much, Bruce, for the time taken for your submission today. And I would like to welcome our next speakers, Jack and Pamela McConkey. Perhaps just Jack. Welcome. You have 5 minutes, including any time for questions within that time. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Just some background, we have an easement across the road reserve to get into my carport. The carport itself is actually on my property, so it's just across the road reserve to get to that garage that we have. Easement's approximately 2 metres by 4 metres. I've had that and have paid that easement for about 32 years, over which time I've never heard from council or seen council, apart from the annual invoices, which I've always paid. Just a couple of points I'd like to make. The first thing is on market rates. There seems to be this idea that there's a market for my 2 metre by 4 metre piece in front of my section. There is no market. That land is of only use to me. My easement of 2 by 4 metres, and if you extended it across the entire property, it would be 2 metres by 12 metres, has absolutely no use to any other party. So essentially then, rather than being market rates, I am using a piece of council wasteland. It's not for my investment. If not for my investment and use. If it went to auction, there would be only one potential bidder. In fact, there would be no bidder because I wouldn't even bid, or I might give you $10 for it. But there is no market. So this idea from your policy advisors that there's a market is a nonsense. The only reason that land has any value at all is because of my investment in the adjacent property. I have no property rights in that land, and I have very restricted usage. So the actual value of that land lies somewhere between zero, that is what the council would get if there was no encroachment, and the value of the adjacent land. There are some existing benefits to council of me having that easement. Firstly, I maintain the property. As I say, I haven't seen the council there for 32 years. It provides me to have off-street parking, admittedly, on my property, but it keeps the car off the road. And in fact, council gets increased rates revenue because of that carport. My property is probably worth more money, and you then get greater rates revenue. The proposed increase in rental. There's been no change in the service, and yet we're getting a 100% increase in the rate. That reflects either inefficiencies within council, which I hope it's not, but I believe it probably is, or an attempt to fleece ratepayers who have no other options. The longer-term proposal, where they'll be charged at market rates, would be something like a 1,000% increase. That would result in significant hardship for many, and without a doubt, it would make Wellington City Council the worst landlord in New Zealand. It also ignores the principle of natural justice. As I say, I had used this land for 32 years, so basically I have existing use rights I would maintain. The decision of the leaseholder may have been very different if these policies had been there when I actually invested in providing access over that land. However, I would have no options to negotiate, to avoid, and I'd basically be trapped by the decision of council. I guess you could argue I could remove access to my carport, but I don't believe that's realistic. It also ignores all those users of road reserve and other encroachments who don't have an encroachment licence. And all you need to do is go to your GIS system and you can see numerous structures around Wellington that are built on council land for which there is no easement and no lease agreement. So basically what it's doing is it punishes those who've played by the rules and a very unset of rules given the current proposals. So what for the future? Well, I think that existing use rights and where people have made decisions in the past should be recognised and accommodated. I think council needs to identify all encroachments on their land so that there's a level playing field. I think that increased costs, if there are any, should be linked to the rate of inflation or, heaven forbid, linked to the rate of rates increases. I'm not so keen on that, given that the rate seems to track at around about 2 or 3 times the inflation rate. I also think in the future, council should look to facilitate purchase at a realistic price. That is, allow the people who've used this land to actually purchase it. I inquired into doing this approximately 25 years ago when this proposal was last raised by council. And at the time I was told, yes, I could pay for the survey fees. Yes, I could apply to buy the piece of land. However, having invested all that money, council still had the right to say no. And it was just pointless embarking on what is a very expensive and time-consuming process if council could then veto my right to purchase. So I think if council doesn't want this land, the fairest thing to do would be to look for selling it. Alternatively, I believe the fees should be linked to essentially what they could be, that is the rate of inflation.
Thank you, Mr. McConkie. I'm afraid we're out of time, but appreciate you coming in. Thank you. The next submitter we have is Gerard O'Connell. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes, including time for questions. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I just say at the outset, I really appreciate the work that you councillors do. I know you don't get many congratulations, but it's a very necessary job, and good on you, and I hope you agree with me. My submission is on behalf of our body corp down in Happy Valley Road, adjacent to Murchison Street and Happy Valley Park, and our submission is to close the tip, close the dump. So I've lived there for 10 years, and it's only really in the last 12 months we've seen some improvement in our environment. I suppose the main point I'd make is that it's an abomination to have a tip 10 or 15 minutes from the central city. It's gone on for the last 15 years under temporary arrangements. In fact, the council may well have been in contravention of its consents and those sorts of things during that period of time. The tragedy about the tip itself is that I appreciate people do a great deal of the best work they can, but our whole location and the area is treated like a tip. The Hutt Valley car park regularly has stuff dumped in it. Contractors leave their skips in it. It's just used as an extension of the tip. Other people who turn up at the tip, it's either too expensive or it's closed, they dump their rubbish there. The stream, there's no doubt in my mind the stream is polluted by the dump and the other 2 dumps there, and subsequently pollutes our bay, which makes it very difficult to swim down there. Just a few weeks ago, an example, wife and I were walking up Happy Valley Road, looked over the stream bridge there by the Landfill Road Bridge, and I took a photograph of the rubbish, and it was more than just the normal flotsam and jetsam. There's a whole lot of stuff there. I put it on the Fix-It app, got back a reply saying it's not my problem because it's the regional council problem. Now, I didn't accept that, went after them, and to be fair, they had a clean-up just in the last month. 300 kgs came out of that stream, which is just flotsam and jetsam from the tip, and the council has committed to doing it quarterly, so that is much appreciated. Equally with the park, car park, there is we've had a meeting with council representatives, and they are going to restrict it so trucks can't get in there, and it'll be set out for the purpose that it is for a car park for the users of the park. And I just make the point that our location, our suburb has been treated really badly over 30 or 40 years. I mean, in the last election campaign, our mayor campaigned to turn the park into housing. And that may be a very good idea, or may not be. But he consulted with the cricketers and the soccer players. I'm not sure whether he's a cricketer or a soccer player, but he didn't consult with the residents. And I just say to you that the attitude towards us, or being taken for granted by a dreadful pollutant in our area, whether it be our road, our bay. I'm not sure if the Brooklyn people are coming, but I'd like to ride a bike around Wellington, but it's just too dangerous. So I suppose in summary, I come from Christchurch. I've been here 10 years. In Christchurch, they seem to find a fairly simple solution. They got a valley, Cape Valley, 50 k's out of the city. They obviously lined it and did whatever was required to with consents. And now, they do have transfer stations in the city, but they take their rubbish out of the city. So thank you very much for your contribution to our city, the work that you do. And I appreciate you weren't here when these decisions were made to either continue the dump or start it, but you can finish it. And I think that our city would be a far better place. We talk about a wonderful little city, but 15 minutes away is an absolute abomination that we've got a tip that just pollutes our environment. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Jed. We're basically out of time, so appreciate you coming in to share that with us. Thank you. So our next submitter is Alex Gray via Zoom.
Kia ora. Thank you, councillors. I will be quite brief so that I'd like to encourage some discussion. Contrary to the previous speaker, as a Brooklyn resident, I'm actually in support of extending the southern landfill with the piggyback option. And the reason for that's quite simple. There is no obvious site available to cart the waste out of the city, and carting it 50 kilometres to the Cape Valley in Christchurch, as the previous submitter suggested, to me doesn't make sense when we're trying to reduce our carbon emissions. Also, the Murchison Street development, which he's referring to, which he lives in, was built in full knowledge that the tip was actually there. But the main focus of my submission is the council budget. And I noticed that you're proposing to spend 22 million on sludge minimisation project when you've only just spent $8 million upgrading the pipelines that lead to the landfill to take the sludge. I also noticed that you're only proposing to spend $9 million on waterworks network maintenance and 28 million on asset stewardship. And to my mind, that just isn't enough. Some of you don't live in Brooklyn, but we lost 4 suburbs lost water for 18 hours in February: Brooklyn, Kingston, Vogeltown and Morganton, because a pipe that was over 100 years old broke and it took 18 hours to fix it. And so from my point of view, I struggle to understand why council is replacing Frank Kitts Park and the Pirey Street playgrounds, which were perfectly functional, and similarly with footpath replacements. All of these could be postponed for 4 or 5 years while council concentrated on replacing the very parlous water and sewage and stormwater assets that are underground in our city. And then my last comment is that you don't seem to be able to keep to your budgets. Your OPEX budget is overspent by 43%, your CAPEX by 11%. If you're in the private sector, you'd be asked to meet your budget or resign. That's my submission. Thank you.
Do we have any questions from councillors? Councillor Pannett has a question.
Thank you, Alex. That was very succinct. There's an old environmental saying that there's no way to throw to. So would you accept that actually it might be a better use of our precious money to get people to deal with their waste and organic materials on site, so through composting, rather than spending a lot of money on a landfill extension?
Well, I can answer that question. Yes, I agree that composting and reducing waste is essential, which is why I voted against the incineration option, which needs a minimum of 18 tonnes of waste a year. But the bottom line is but you're still going to need a tip to take some waste material, especially if we have a big earthquake like Christchurch. You're going to end up having to bloody cart truckloads of material that are blocking roads to a landfill facility. And so again, the advantage of having one relatively close to the city is advantageous compared with Cape Valley, which is 50 kilometres away.
Any other questions from councillors? No? Thank you very much, Alex, for your time. I appreciate that. Thank you. And
Good, thanks a lot.
we can move on to Mary. Mary Tapp is the next submitter, also on Zoom. You have 5 minutes, including any time for questions.
Fantastic. My submission is really just on the encroachment freeze that I strongly object to the 100%. The 100% increase. I completely agree with Jack, who gave his submission before. We have an encroachment for a single garage at the bottom of where we live. We've been happy to pay at a reasonable fee, which is consistent with the fees that have been paid in the past. There's been an increase on a regular basis of between 3 to 5%. It doesn't seem fair that you're going to charge 100% for land, which the Wellington City Council will never and often can never use due to the topography of Wellington. You state that the current encroachment fee is too low. What are you comparing this to? What is the basis for this argument? It means nothing without taking a balanced view. The council is charged to serve the public in a balanced fashion. You need to be aware and observe when the overall value of private sector behaviour is driving a public benefit and additional amenity for the city as a whole. What do I mean by this? I'm sure you've all seen how congested the roads and footpaths are, especially since the infill housing boom. A lot of people have structures on road reserve, which they have put on there to keep vehicles off the road, which is making roads safer. If more people had structures on road reserve, then there would be less cars and less congestion on the roads. It's just amazingly terrible at the moment when you drive along Station Heights Road. You can't get there. I don't know how a rubbish truck gets down there. If you actually promoted people putting structures, then this would actually help the issue and make our suburbs safer. Your letter also stated that the policy does not reflect the significant increase in land value. What is the council going to use this land for? The little triangle at the front of our property, what are you going to use it for? I don't understand quite why you think that this is adding so much more value to our property. It's not. Our garage is not included in the value of our property. Yes, it's sitting there, but that's it. I mean, a fairer assessment would be focusing on the CPI. This would give a fair value based on what people can afford, similar to the rental market. Elderly people are at risk of a poor outcome if you're looking to do what you were doing, as well as those on fixed incomes, and this approach is disproportionately affects them. You think that the increase by 100% will help support the general rate increase. As discussed, a lot of the encroachment in Wellington is for off-street parking, where there is not much available. In other cities and even newer suburbs in Wellington, on-street parking is readily available, and it is already unfair that we have to spend extra when others pay nothing for the amenity of parking on the road. There is already an imbalance, and ratepayers are benefiting from the private people who have things off on council land. Encroachment fee increases well beyond affordability should not be funding the general rate pool. Wellington City Council is a monopoly at this point. Who else? We can't get the land off anyone else. And as John had said, we would be the only people bidding to buy it. We're the only people. There really isn't a market. Also, we have some road reserve on the other side that is garden that I tend and look after, and we also mow the lawns. should I be sending a bill now to the council to offset my costs? I get rid of the rubbish or I compost it myself. It takes all my time. So should I be invoicing the council for this time? For me beautifying the road reserve or tending it? Also, I mean, would you prefer that those of us who have cars, have garages or structures on roads to get rid of them and park on the roads and make it worse, or park our bikes against the lamppost so that people can't get through? It sort of seems to be the way that you're pushing people. You don't want cars, but you also don't. Yeah, it's not an ideal scenario. I mean, as I come back to, we're happy to pay a fee that is consistent and have paid this over the last 20 years. It does not seem fair to be charging in excess of 100% the land that the council will never use. CPI is a fairer rate to increase, and it reflects the public amenity that we are also providing. Leaves the land value out of the question is the rapid increase in value.
Excuse me, Mary, I'm sorry, we're out of time. Your 5 minutes is up. I just want to thank you for taking the time to come and share your views with us today. We appreciate it.
If somebody actually listens, that would be really
We've all listened, thank you.
yeah, but it's taking it on board.
All right, so our next submitter is Aaron Gilmore here in person. Hello, you have 5 minutes, including any time for questions as part of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to make a submission verbally. Look, there's been a lot of discussion that I've heard so far about the encroachment licence policy and the focus on the fees. I'm focusing on other parts of the encroachment policy which I think need to be amended. The critical thing is there are a number of other things I would like to talk about the plan, but we've only got 5 minutes here today. The current policy that exists has two major components. One which around the current term and length of the encroachments, which I recommend 3 changes, and then secondly around the rules around the sale of land, which I've recommended 2 changes in this plan. As you're probably all aware, the encroachment policy was last substantially reviewed in 2011. There were substantial changes made then, and not much has happened since then. I personally have no problems with the concept of having market rate based charges for encroachment licences if that corresponded to a typical lease commercial arrangement, which you don't give us. So at the moment, effectively, let's talk about the issue of the flaws in the current encroachments. At the moment, you allow a below ground structures long-term leasing for pipes and wires, but above ground structures, you allow a month-by-month lease. What that means in my property, for example, I have $500,000 invested effectively on road encroachment land. You could give me a notice and that can be removed within 1 month. Vladimir Putin would be happy with that sort of process. I don't think anyone in a democracy should. So one possible option is that we put forward a long-term lease arrangement, 20 years lease 1 day, as I propose, which put below ground infrastructure on the same rules as above ground infrastructure. There's nothing in the current legislation or rules that prevents the Wellington City Council doing that. It would give people tenure and certainty, and also having the ability to, in those cases where the council would require land to be revoked from the road reserve, an ability to appeal that, but it doesn't currently exist in the law policy. I think the other big problem is that although the market rate is being proposed, for my personal situation, my rate would go down because I've got 60 square metres on a 6,000 square metre piece of land. Yes, it's a very valuable piece of land, and yes, our family has a large amount of rate paying capacity. We pay about $50,000 to $60,000 a year in rates across our various properties across the city as a concept. So for a recommendation for the current encroachments, I recommend that we put into long-term leases. We recommend that all encroachment licences be given the right to appeal or challenge revoking, consistent with the wording of the Public Works Act, which would be consistent with other similar type environments. And in the event that WCC is going to revoke licences, that it compensates people for the use of their land. Secondly, I just want to quickly touch on the policy around land sale. Land sale does exist. It has been existing for a long time. The problem is the administrative costs. In most cases, administrative costs would outweigh the purchase of the land price. And also, one of the critical aspects is that any person could object. Any person. That can be anyone, not even living in Wellington, can object to that sale of that land. So I think a simple change would be moving it to any affected person would actually be a simple administrative change. There's no legislative restriction on that. And also I propose that you actually undertake a citywide review to reduce those administrative costs. The council could employ effectively someone for a few $100,000, all these ratepayers, like myself and others, put in place a large-scale review, offer these bits of land to people, reduce the administrative costs. It would cost a few $100,000, but you would raise probably 50, 60, 70, 80, maybe even $100 million for council to offset the proposed rate increases for bits of land that the council doesn't need, doesn't really want to look after, and everybody would be happier. I'm sure there's probably a minute to ask me a question.
All right. Councillors, has someone got a question for Mr Gilmore? Yeah. Oh, Councillor Pennant, off you go.
So can I just check? Also, we don't actually have a copy of that submission. Are you able to get that to Democracy Services?
Papers?
Oh, I can't see it on my diligent. All right, okay. Sorry, I did look at it. So you do support the principle of a market-based solution. So one of the problems we grappled with last time was that people in Tawa were paying more than people in Rosenath, even though at the time the land was more valuable. So you would support that?
I think the principle, yes. The problem is the implementation of how it works. And obviously, as one of the last submitters said, lots of people on fixed incomes can't support it. So if you had a market-based principle and you implemented some of these other changes, but you allowed the ability of the people who can't pay a more flexible policy, it's not fair that an elderly woman who sits on a fixed pension or a beneficiary who could actually be paying encroachment licences can't possibly even afford such increases.
Okay, but what is affordable?
I can.
What is affordable? What is affordable then? Because it is still private use.
100% good, right? Good question. Being a former public official, I'm very aware that's a question for you guys to make a decision upon. And there are in law and in commerce, there's lots of ways to first the return on land what it should be. I'm not saying that should be applied, but it's very similar to your proposed policy anyway.
One quick question, Councillor Calvert.
Oh, look, thank you. But Councillor Pan had sort of addressed what I was going to ask. But thank you, Aaron, for the policy suggestions. I think they're really good. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time. And yeah, we have read your submission, and yeah, it's very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, could I just ask, honestly, I don't have that submission. Is it
I've got the pages numbers 31 and 124.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Right, sorry, it was just all...
No, all good.
Okay, thank you.
The next submitter we have is Peter Steele. Welcome, Peter, and you have 5 minutes, including any time for questions.
Yes, well, thank you, Chair, councillors. Thanks for this opportunity. This is another one on the encroachment charges. Some background. We have a garage next to our house on Road Reserve on Wadestown Road, built in the 1960s as the only place available for off-street parking for our property, which is down a steep hill off the road. Wadestown Road has just been selected by you as a cycleway. This was one of your last-minute cycle route changes. No one at all was consulted. This will remove all our on-street car parking. There will be no on-street overnight parking available to our household or guests for over 400 metres distance from our house. 7-metre wide road, there is no choice. The off-street road reserve and encroachment area is essential for us as our only parking. Your consultative document is thoroughly misleading. I've come to the conclusion that these areas are deliberately aimed to deceive you as decision makers and the community who have been asked to comment. This is deliberately misleading.
I'm sorry, I will stop you there. Please, if you could refrain from...
Well, can I give the evidence for that?
I just prefer you don't make accusations to our officers.
The document says the fees have not increased for some time. The reality, my reality, they have increased by more than 36% since 2009. That is quite a lot. That is more than inflation. So the document is wrong. It is misleading. It says that encroachment fees need to increase to give council value from owned assets. There are comments and letters to residents on council's statutory obligations, prudent stewardship and efficient use of resources. The facts. Council accounts and annual reports have seen no increase in the valuation of road reserves since 2005 and had a 50% discount at that neighbouring land values at that time. Roads are given by developers to council at zero cost. There have been no increases in the asset value of road reserves for over the past 17 years. Why try to manipulate this reality for consultation? The document says this is the right approach to ensure that we're getting fair value for council's assets. Nice emotive statement, isn't it? I can't find any other similar emotive statement in your document. Why try it on this one? If I invest in a deck or garage on a low-value road reserve area, why should the council, having spent nothing and having no other way of deriving value for that land, require a return on it as if it's residential land? It costs council nothing. This might be different if council was prepared to sell the encroachment. However, council refused to sell ours because officers said it used to be a reserve. They simply changed the policy to prevent former reserve land being sold. Have any of you ever looked at the encroachment licence? It comes as a take it or leave it non-negotiable document, slanted in council favour, 100% increase in charges without appeal, 1 month notice period for us to remove our assets. Council's residential and commercial tenancies all have mechanisms for fair value of rental, negotiation and for addressing unreasonable landlord behaviour. Your tenants have the ultimate option of walking away and finding a better landlord. For encroachment holders, there is no such protection. Short of demolition and removal at our cost, encroachment holders cannot walk away and are forced to pay whatever the council deems the charges to be. We are stuck. I believe I'm completely justified in describing this proposal as an abuse of power. Let's compare this to a residential tenant. The value of the tenant's property has increased much more than rent. The tenants have spent their own money, developed a garden or decorated the property. The landlord arrives and says, "You've improved my property. It cost me nothing, but now I'm going to double your rent." How does this go down? This is what you're doing to us, supported by the misinformation provided by council. None of us have any time for Donald Trump and his alternative facts. We need to take action when we see similar, deliberately misleading behaviour and information. Council managers need to take some accountability for the misinformation in this document. It is misinformation, and tell you as councillors and the community as us that this type of misbehaviour and misleading will stop. What are you as councillors going to do about this? There is an election coming up. Don't expect that changing the policy to allow more encroachment sales will make much difference. I have experience of that. There's a long established history of policy zigzags and other ways of obstructing encroachment sales that will continue long after you've moved on. The current arrangements that have been in place for many years are entirely reasonable and sensible. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no questions. Thank you very much for taking the time to come in. All right, our next submitter is online, Kate Day. Welcome, Kate.
Yeah.
You've got 5 minutes, thanks.
Brilliant. Can everyone hear me all right there? Wonderful. I'd just like to speak on the housing aspect of your plan. And yeah, just first of all, thank you for your ongoing advocacy about the IRS and standing with tenants. Yeah, and their calls for that. It really does mean something when you show up in person to those kind of things. So thank you. Yeah, my preference is for ongoing council ownership with central government providing the IRS, but unfortunately, yeah, just because it doesn't look like that is what Minister Woods is willing to do, it looks like setting up a chip is unavoidable. So just wanted to, yeah, just flag a couple of points about if, yeah, or presuming when council goes down that route, some things to bear in mind. I'm really concerned about the likely scenario where you're going to have this inequity between existing tenants and incoming tenants who do receive the IRS, as Bruce Hamill mentioned earlier. Yeah, which is also has been the situation in Ōtautahi where they have had years of, years before the tenants actually change over and receive that. So we really don't want that two-tier system in Wellington. So my view is that it should be something that is provided from central government, and I don't think, I think we should continue to advocate for, for Minister Woods to provide IRS for existing tenants who are eligible for it if things do move to a chip. And I would encourage you as well to consider creative or even perhaps cheeky options to enable that, whether it's restarting tenancies on paper or whatever is required. It just seems absurd and really unjust that that scenario has happened in Christchurch and could happen in Wellington. In the meantime, I would also encourage you to look at ways as you structure the finances for the chip transition as to how council could fund IRS for existing tenants yourselves to avoid that inequity. Really applaud the rent freeze that you've given for tenants this year, and also we'll just encourage you to keep thinking about how you can keep rents to a minimum in the years that that transition will take. Yeah, funding from support funding those from rates and debt. Yeah, also just in the structure, I would support option B or C, where the assets are kept by council and leased, and would encourage you to just consider what groups are going to be left out if the selection criteria for incoming tenants changes to the CHIP model. Which kinds of tenants are not going to be provided for in Wellington who have been under city housing, and what provision will be made elsewhere for them. That's all I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thanks, Kate. We've got a couple of questions. The first one from Councillor Calvert.
Thank you for coming in. So in terms of, you just touched on housing other people that might not be entitled to or may not go into the CHIP model. Do you think from a council we should be putting all our properties into a CHIP or a single CHIP, given that we know that only new tenancies will be able to access income-related rents?
Oh yeah, that's a really good question. I actually haven't really given that much thought whether you do hold some in council ownership for those who are not who will not be eligible for IRS. Yeah, I'm sorry,
okay.
I don't.
No, that's fine. I just wondered whether, but thank you.
Councillor Day.
Kia ora, Kate. Thank you very much for your submission and for your comments there. Really appreciate your whakaaro. I'm just wondering if you're aware of the affordable rent limit subsidy, which we obviously made some changes to when we did the rent freeze as well, and how that would impact on some of those tenants on lower incomes.
No, I don't have my head fully around that. Is that the consideration of hardship?
Yes, yeah. So there's a setting which means that they can apply for a subsidy to reduce the cost.
Yeah, I mean, I just think you're just going to be swamped with applications for that, and yeah.
Yeah, so we made some changes to make sure that we could make that available. So there are some things there, and so I guess it might be worth having a look into that, and if you're working with people to support them, to look at it.
Thanks for that. Yeah.
All right, well, there's no more questions. We'd like to thank you for your submission, Kate. And the next submission we have is Elton Jameson. Welcome, you have 5 minutes, including time for questions if there are any.
Thank you for that. First of all, I want to support the comments that were made by some of the previous submitters, and that is that encroachments are fundamentally different to land which a ratepayer owns. The reason for that is that it's actually land that's owned by the council, and council can terminate those licences within 1 month's notice. So therefore what I'm suggesting is that they should be paying a lower amount than what ratepayers are paying. The document that was sent out by council made the comment that encroachment fees are low when compared to other charges. Now, I've looked at the Hutt City Council's policy and their annual plan. They state that if you've got a car pad, you're paying $128 a year. If you've got gardens, you're paying $115. Compare that to the $919 that I'm paying. I don't think that's low at all. Next, the amount for rates has increased by approximately 126% over the last 10 years. As one of the previous submitters noted, encroachments have gone up by 133%. So if, as council suggests, that this is not keeping up with what's going on, then I suggest that you've got to look at what you're charging for rates as well. The point I'd like to make here is that in terms of the amount that I'm charged for the encroachment, I'm charged $15.33 per square metre for my encroachment, whereas for rates I'm only charged $13. So I'm already paying more for something that I don't own as compared to land which I do clearly own. I think that this is just a a money grab, and the reason for it is because the council squandered the money previously in terms of its wastewater projects, and also now I see that it's proposed by the previous speaker that ratepayers should also pay for social housing costs, because it's going to be a shortfall in terms of social housing costs. I've put in a letter as part of my tags at tag 7, and that said to the previous owners of the property that I'm currently in that they could have this property for free, they just had to keep it clean and tidy. Now council is trying to scrape every last bit of money that it can by charging for these encroachment fees. So those are my comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Do we have any questions, councillors? Oh yes, Councillor Calvert, off you go.
Thank you, Elton, for your submission. We've heard for some submitters that how the information was presented was, didn't provide all the information. What's your views on how the council presented the proposal?
Are you referring to the proposal they put out in 1991?
Yeah. Oh no, the recent one in the, I think in the letter that you would have received in the draft document.
Okay, my comments were that it was misleading in the sense that it said that the prices haven't kept up with the increase in the value of the land. Well, the short answer is that rates don't keep up with the increase in the value of the land. Whoever wrote that doesn't really understand how rates are charged. Council takes a budget and it apportions it between the land values that they've done on the most recent review. So my point is that suggesting that increases in encroachments should match the underlying increases in value of the land is misleading, because you don't do that with rates anyway. My next point is that they say that encroachments aren't increasing. Well, they've increased more than what rates have.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Calvert.
Councillor Patton, very, very quickly.
Do you think there should be differentials between suburbs?
That was looked at back in 2011 and it was rejected. I tend to think that you've got to look at the land use of what's going on there. In some cases, you are getting a benefit. If you're putting a garage or something on there, or you've got an amount that's being considered as part of the assets of the property, then fine. But the reality is that the council sent a letter out in 1991 saying that you could use this land for free, and people invested in it. And they are subsequent finding that the amount that they've invested in the land has resulted in them being charged more.
Thank you very much for your submission, Elton. We appreciate you taking the time to come in. Final submission before we have a break. Jason McHerron on Zoom. Welcome, Jason. You have 5 minutes, including any time for questions.
Ahi Maherehere, tēnā katoa, e mihi ana ki te mana whenua o te rohi nei, ki na kai kaunihira o te whanganui a tāra, kei te mihi, kia pai tō mahi e pāna I te Pūroro Maherehere, called Jason McHerron tōku ingoa. I want to speak about the proposal to increase encroachment licence fees. I oppose the proposal because of the council's woefully misleading process. Tautoko Councillor Calvert's question and Elton Jameson's answer. The annual plan consultation document at page 37 states encroachment licence fees have not increased for some time. This is an error, as fees have increased every year for the last 10 years by CPI. Council also failed to provide encroachment licence holders with a background paper, which I had to hunt down on your website, and which reveals the true grand designs of the bean counters to force a 300% increase on licence holders. The proposal fails to recognise the objectives of the encroachments policy to facilitate property holders making encroachments where these are expected to have overall net benefits. In other words, it fails to reflect that there is not only a private benefit to the licence holder, but a public benefit or a combination of the two. For example, my encroachment involved a $300,000 investment to build a double garage with our neighbours. We have added value by strengthening that section of the road with a massive new concrete retaining wall anchored 9 metres underneath the road, and we are now responsible for maintaining that structure and also the land underneath the garage that we built. In addition, we've taken 2 cars off the road, permanently improving public safety, for example, by allowing fire engines to pass up our narrow street. In return, under the licence agreement, we and our neighbours each have the right to park a private motor vehicle. That's it. We have no ability to negotiate the terms of the agreement, which is heavily weighted towards the rights of the council. Council can terminate on 1 month's notice in its sole discretion and require us to remove our structure at our cost. I question the assumption underlying this encroachment fee increase proposal that the current encroachment fees are low. Current encroachment fees are already 3.4 times the amount payable for rates per square metre of our land. So that's $16.24, including GST, after factoring the current CPI increase, compared to $4.80 per square metre per annum for our residential land. This is grossly unfair, given that we receive no additional services for our encroachment other than the ability to safely park our car. For this privilege, we already pay 3.4 times as much as a landowner who is fortunate enough to have drive-on access, a rare commodity in central Wellington. The value of the improvements we've built is already included in our rating valuation. So there's an element of double dipping in the council's proposal as well. And the concept of tying encroachment licence fees to market value is flawed. In our case, the land in question is a steep, weed-infested wasteland with arguably no market value for any other purpose other than allowing us to park our car there after investing a huge amount of money. That's why it remained unused, growing weeds, ever since the road was built. A win-win would be for the council to facilitate encroachment licensees to purchase the land. From media reports this morning, the mayor and other councillors seem to agree. But Andy Foster was promising 12 years ago to try and make it easier for homeowners to buy council land not needed by the council. Did he achieve anything? I suggest not. But what I do suggest is what should happen now is this. Keep the existing fee structure. Council to proactively review areas where road stopping should occur. Council to pay all costs up front associated with road stopping and allow purchase of encroachment land, with these costs then to be absorbed into the purchase price. Purchased land should then be added to the title of the house owner and rated jointly. Once the land is purchased, the council should facilitate it being used for other purposes, in our case, possible development underneath as a studio or small flat. Thank you very much.
Very quick question, Councillor Carvett.
Thank you, and thank you, Jason. And I, like the other speakers, I do have some sympathy to what you're saying, or a lot of sympathy. You said something about a 300% increase near the start of your speech, and did I hear right? Because we're talking about doubling the fees, 100%, and I'm just wanting to clarify that.
As I understand it, the proposal is an initial doubling of the fee with a further increase later as part of the long-term plan. And that's, if you look at the consultation, the review document prepared by officials on the second to last and last page of that, it envisages a 300% increase on the current rental rate per square metre.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you for taking the time, Ms McKerron, to make your submission. Councillors, we're going to have a 10-minute break now, and I do want to mention too that we will have refreshments, and submitters are welcome to help themselves to something to eat as well. Thank you. And our first submitter in this session is Dominic Lane, who's on Zoom. Off you go. You've got 5 minutes, including any time for questions.
Right, thank you. I'm a homeowner at 2 Onslow Road and also a member of the body corporate committee at 2 Onslow Road. We have 24 units there, a number of which are impacted by, or a number of which have licenses for encroachments. These encroachments are air encroachments. They go over a piece of scrub at the back of the property, which is probably road reserve, but is not used for road and cannot be used for road. I wanted to say that I think that we've got a poor policy process at work here. Significant change shouldn't be made without revisiting a policy. And there is a suggestion that the policy be revisited in the next iteration of the 10-year plan. I would support that. If a policy was good enough to be put in place in 2011, it shouldn't just be overturned arbitrarily on the basis we can grab a few coins for the kitty jar. I'd also echo what I heard of Mr. McHerron's recommendation that doubling something is inherently unfair, particularly when the CPI increase from 2011 based on the Reserve Bank's figures is about 20%, not 100%. I don't want to just read what I said in my submission. I hope that you've taken the time to read that. But I would encourage the council to, 12 years after a policy was last developed, that any change be done in an orderly fashion, not in, I won't say a knee-jerk, but just in an opportunistic fashion. We, as 2 Onslow Road, I think represent the type of housing development that the council is looking for. And it's important that when we have medium density housing with very little green space available to us and developments that don't have gardens, that we encourage the ability of developers to provide outdoor space through decks and the like. And in our case, that's what's been done. And it does provide for much better quality of living. But I think it also is already factored into the rating value of the property. And therefore, the council is getting, through a license fee and a rate, getting, in effect, double dipping. So I would just encourage a more robust policy development process, and also that policy process to include the ability to properly differentiate between airspace leases and ones that actually do impact on existing roads, however that may be. So I don't want to say much more other than please don't double my fee without taking a proper process.
It's very nice that you said please as well. Are there any questions, councillors? For Mr. Lane? No, would like to thank you for taking the time to make those points. We appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, the next submission we have is Carol-Ann Woodbridge from the Rosenath Residents Association. Welcome. And you have, we'll reset the clock. Sorry, this one isn't working. So you have 10 minutes and I can always give you a, ding a minute or 2 minutes to go or something like that. So thank you.
Yeah, we're representing the Rosenath Residents Association and we've written out a submission, and this is Maureen, who's coming along as well. We've consulted with members of the Rosenath Residents Association, which includes 85 email recipients, plus all residents of the Crescent. Residents would be prepared with the doubling of the fee, but consider inequitable and unintended consequences arise by valuing encroachment. Sorry. But consider inequitable and, I can hear it now, unintended consequences arise by valuing encroachments based on the adjacent property values. We've also had similar feedback from residents in Hautaitai, and Councillor Rushen organised a public meeting which was held on Wednesday, 11th of May at All Saints Centre in Hautatai, where these issues were discussed in depth. We appreciated the attendance of Baz, Shue and Raywin, as well as Mayor Foster, Deputy Mayor Free, and 2 ward councillors, Councillor Rush and O'Neill, and Member of Parliament Paul Eagle. So we were very lucky to have them there, and they could clarify quite a few issues for us. Most encroachments seem to relate to car decks over hillside or garages into hillsides. Others might be a corner of a garage extending onto a footpath, or can also be a balcony or overhanging public space. Currently, these are charged on a flat rate at $13 plus GST a square metre, and the current proposal is to double that rate. But a further recommended option is to base the fee on the land value component of homes. For some of this, that would increase the fee incredibly largely, which is not good. All agreed this would be inequitable, especially as whilst many homes in Rosenath, Hautatai have high values, many if not most are on a fixed retirement incomes, and such any increase may cause some to have to move, and this actually has happened where people in previous years have not been able to cope. There's also concern that many ratepayers are unaware of this possible exponential increase and that the consequences for each home have not been fully communicated. We had a rich discussion where the following points were made. Improvements made by using road reserve as an encroachment are included in the overall home valuation, which is then used to calculate rates. Consequently, encroachments are already adding to the value for the council. The values of properties, by extension and encroachment, is entirely down to the homeowner's efforts and expense. The council should not receive added compensation for work and investment made by ratepayers. Furthermore, an encroachment has no value to anyone other than the ratepayer, and that has made the modifications for his or her use. It has no actual value to council other than as an option in the future to retake the encroachment back for road widening or other council purposes. We shouldn't confuse property values to the property market and the value of an option to the council. Many of these encroachments provide a positive value to the council, for example, by taking cars off the road. An unintended consequence of a large increase might be that the encroachments are discontinued and cars being parked on the road, which would cause a lot of trouble in Rosenath because we have such narrow, windy roads. Some encroachments aren't really used by some owners. For example, Wellington Council has sensibly fenced off many parts of our area adjacent to footpaths. The resultant confined area seems to show up as an encroachment because it can only be used by the landowner. This seems unfair. One resident said her land value amounted to the vast majority of her property's overall value, with her home valued at just $40,000. Can a valuation of airspace really be equated to the value of the subsoil or equate to a square metre that has a view of the harbour when compared to a view of the back of a house? How can a rugged hillside be sensibly valued at all unless a homeowner adds value to it? Seems unfair that this results in an uplifted fee to the council. There was general alignment that road reserve, wherever it is in the city, has the same per metre value, irrespective of what adjacent property might be valued. Parking on the roadside requires roads to be built wide enough for cars to park, and this is costly, yet parking is made available on the roadside in many areas at no cost. This makes the consideration of increasing fees for parking off-road by encroachments that people have paid for rather an inequity for encroachment holders. The impact of rates settled on land will have a large impact on suburbs like Rosenath. With the proximity to the city, our valuations are high and the topography of steep hilly sections and winding roads mean we have a lot of encroachments. We accept that charging for a licence is necessary to cover administrative costs, but if the council were to move charging on the valuation of a property, this would add to the cost unduly, having to sort out the various different rates on individual properties rather than dealing with a flat fee across the city, which will negate any value gained. In conclusion, the council is well compensated by the huge investment made from those with an encroachment by way of a substantial increase in the value of the properties and therefore an increase in rates. Keeping in mind that encroachment holders have no control over this investment, with the clause that gives the council the right to revoke the licence with a month's notice. Also, the licence holder is responsible for all maintenance of the area, so that should be taken into consideration as well. We also would like the council to consider making it easier for ratepayers to buy the land where it is clearly no longer of any use to the council. So the overwhelming response basing encroachment values on adjacent land values was negative, and agreement that a flat fee with a CPI adjustment should continue. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to make a submission.
Thank you. Oh, yes, off you go.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to add a few comments to Carol's submission. I'm also with the Rosenath Residents Association. I sent an electronic version of my written submission to all the councillors, so I don't propose to repeat that here, but I'd just like to make a few additional points. To my knowledge, since I bought my house in Rosenath, the council has proposed on at least three occasions to charge differential rates for encroachment land. In 2000, shortly after I arrived, I was told that differential rates applied to new owners, but existing owners would not be charged until the council approved the proposal. And I went back and said, well, actually, I will pay you extra once the differential rates are approved. But in the end, the differential rates were not approved. In 2011-12, the council again proposed differential rates, at that time proposing fixing the rates between individual suburbs. Unfortunately, Rosenath was lumped in with Oriental Bay, which meant that our rates were going to go through the roof. And this led to considerable ratepayer or road encroachment, resentment and opposition, and the proposal was again overturned. And the most recent one, based solely on land values, is unreasonable because quotable value New Zealand's figures came through at the very peak of the housing boom, when land values were at their highest and have now fallen back quite considerably and are likely on past experience to remain stagnant for quite some time. In a stagnant property market, high rates or high encroachment rates will prove difficult for owners and also possibly make it more difficult to sell a property in a remission. Therefore, I also want to make the point that option 2, doubling the fee, produces exactly the same amount of money as option 4, which is based on land values. The difference being that the council argued at the time that option 2 was fair because it didn't consider option 2 to be fair because it didn't recognise the difference in land values and would cause substantial and unaffordable increases for some licence holders, whereas option 4 was fair because it was based on land values, even though it would lead to considerable and possibly unaffordable fee increases for some holders. I consider that the fees should be based on services provided by the council. In this case, allowing off-road parking, not the perceived ability of people in the inner suburbs to pay disproportionately more for the same service. I'd like to add that we were impressed with the Wadestown submission, which brought out a lot of the effects of inflation on all the people of Wellington, that we're all facing a hard time at the moment. I also question whether the land is intrinsically that valuable, because there are limitations based on the nature of the land and the use to which the council says it can be used. Now, everybody says that my road reserve land can be terminated with 1 month's notice, so that's a very short lease. In my part of Rosenath, the council says that uncovered decks are the only things that can be built on the land. So on my side of the road, I can only build a deck. On the other side of the road, you can build a garage. And I think that is unfair to charge me the same as for somebody else on the other side of the road who can build a garage.
I'm sorry, we are out of time.
I want to rave on. A few points. The final thing, of course, which everybody else has said, is that off-road parking provides a public good. Otherwise, everybody would be parking on the road, and the roads in Rosenath and other parts of the inner suburb are just jam-packed with cars.
Thank you so much for your submission. Appreciate you taking the time and to have a meeting. And
chance to say so.
Okay, thank you. All right, our next submitter is Nolene Holt. Kia ora, Nolene. You have 5 minutes, including any time for questions.
Okay.
Sorry, this clock is broken, but I can see the time.
I've just picked up this paper. Well, I've borrowed it from downstairs because my one was pinched this morning. I just see here you're going to make it easier for people to buy encroachment land. But I was thinking, I've been in my house 36 years. My neighbours used to be glue sniffers and everything back then. But so not my fault, my land values were going up. But I suddenly had to think about what you're doing here for us because I have Parkinson's disease and my health is going to be compromised over time. I will need to have off-road access. At this rate that the council's going, that will be unaffordable. With an ageing population, there's going to be other problems. On Parkinson's, 1 in 5 will get it. I can't find, maybe in there, let's get Wellington moving. It feels like it assumes everyone will walk, bike, scooter around the city. And that's not going to be possible. On my car deck, which sits over a bank, I have a charging station. Now, I see there that we'd like to encourage everyone, the government would like to encourage everyone to get into EVs and providing incentives there. But and older EVs do need good charging. The other thing is my partner could confirm that there, but long overnight charges with the odd short charge is good for battery health, is the right thing for battery health. So getting a car off the road to do that is quite important. So there's a contradiction in that the councils would like to encourage people to buy the land, but they may not be able to afford it because they're in a lower socioeconomic area. So it seems unfair that I may be able to, my neighbours may, and I don't say that they can, afford to do that, but there'll be a lot of people who can't, and so that means, you know, we've got this widening divide for people. So probably mainly the thing is that my car decks sit over a bank. The bank, I don't know how you value a bank, but also over the years I've watched them, as you'll see in my thing, watching them retain Maid of Our Road, but they never have to do it under car decks. So I think the council should pay us for the privilege of us parking off the road because we do, you know, there's no need for it because the land stays dry. I think I've covered everything that I needed to. I'm thinking about the low-income people, the Let's Get Wellington movie contradiction against the what the government is expecting. Somebody wrote today to say there that there'll be different forms of charging over time. I'm thinking that could be a couple of generations away. So now you're actually forcing me out onto the road. You're forcing me possibly to be on another street. I may not be able to make it if I end up in a walker or a wheelchair. But, however, I just think there's a bigger picture here about me affording a car deck, which I won't be able to, or the lack of ability of people in the lower income areas not being able to either. So I think there's a fairness issue here. For people, and also I'm not sure if there's any overall large gains for the council in terms of doing this, in terms of what revenue they want to get. Interestingly, when I moved there 36 years ago, it was $40, and that was just peppercorn, and I maintained maintained the bank and everything like that. So now I'm lucky I can walk down the neighbour's driveway, which she doesn't pay to go over council land. But I do, and I don't understand the logic around that either, because I still have to access my property. I think mainly there's no commercial benefit to anybody. You can't actually have a charging station on the street for overnight charges, and Sue Kedgley pointed that out to me that she couldn't, and I'm thinking that we do have, when I say charging station, it's about that big and connected to my power. And, you know, it costs us about $2.50 to charge the car, about $5 generally a week. And that's great once the investment in the car is made. And of course, a lot of the people in the lower socioeconomic areas will come back, they will buy older EVs. All the more reason there to make sure that they're looking after their cars looking after the batteries with overnight charges and then occasional fast charges. And by the way, we'd love to know on your council website where the charges are in town. Can't find them anywhere. Do you have any questions?
We're nearly out of time. I don't think there are any questions. Can't see any. Thank you, Nolene. We really appreciate you taking the time to come in and talk with us. The next submitter I have is Caroline Doust. Welcome, Caroline. Again, you have 5 minutes, including any time for questions.
Right. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on this. Basically, I'm talking about encroachments as well, and so a lot of what has already been said applies. But I guess I'd like to take a slightly historical perspective in that these lands were excised from the lots of the original owners in order to provide for the council to actually be able to extend the road. And since it's been over half a century in the case of my block, and I'm sure in most cases, I would say that the council has clearly failed to honour the basis on which they gained those encroachment and gained those excised lots. So I don't really think it's fair at this point for the council to try to make them a profit-making enterprise. Rather, it would be more equitable for them to return them to the people whose lots they originally came from. Because it's clear at this point in time that we're not going to be expanding out roads all over the council area. I mean, that is completely inconsistent with our attitude to climate change and to our desire to get people to use other vehicles and so on. So the council's kind of had a freebie for a long time, and I think there's a moral question about it turning it into a major profit centre or attempting to do so. I also noticed that not everyone who has an extended roadside has an encroachment, and that isn't policed in any way. In fact, when I bought the property, it wasn't made clear to me that there was an extended roadside, and it wasn't apparent from any of the documents I saw that that was the case. I only found out when my neighbour said to me, you don't have any rights to that land in front of your house. And so I rang the council and they said, oh, well, yes, but we can give you an encroachment. And so a couple of years ago, I got an encroachment. At that point in time, it seemed a reasonable deal. It wasn't a lot of money. But if we're going to double it and then go on to possibly redouble it, then it certainly seems something that isn't of value to me to that extent. And I wonder how many people who currently have encroachments will walk away from them. Well, not literally, because you still have to go through them, but will decline to renew the encroachment in the future if the fees are so drastically raised. So I think there's two things that could be done. One is to increase the rights of the people that have encroachments and to campaign to get everyone who actually has an extended roadside to voluntarily take up the encroachment because of those extended rights. And the other thing to do, which I've heard someone mention and apparently the council's considering, is to return the land to the people who own it, who own the abutting lot. And that, to me, is interesting because it turns out that I've also got an area which is next door to my lot, which was surrendered by the council some years ago when they decided they wouldn't put in another road. And there's another area behind me which was sold for 7 years of rates because they couldn't identify the owner anymore. So there seems to be quite a historical precedent for the council returning the land. And I'm not sure that it would be fair to charge the full value of the land in that circumstance. But at least that should be investigated. So just a slightly different angle on it. I think holding the encroachments is unfair because they've never been used for the purpose for which they were obtained, and that certainly the increases we're looking at will probably result in a lot of poor people walking away, because I actually have a garage. So I'm not sure what the value was that I got from this encroachment, which the council encouraged me to get.
Hey, yeah. Quick one, Councillor Pennant.
Yeah.
Thanks, that was really interesting, and thanks for your comments on social housing.
Yeah.
What do you understand historically was it compensation paid to owners?
I don't believe so.
There wasn't any?
I don't believe so.
No. Okay, I will check with our staff. Thank you.
Interesting question. Thank you for your submission, Caroline. We appreciate you taking the time to come in.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. And Thomas McClurg. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes, including any time for questions. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. This submission deals with proposed changes to annual fees for road encroachment. My submission is that none of the 3 fee proposals satisfy the Council's statutory obligation under the Local Government Act 2002 to ensure prudent stewardship and the efficient and effective use of its resources in the interests of its district. Accordingly, none of the fee change proposals should be implemented by the Council. The fee setting proposals in the Council letter of 7 April rest upon 2 false assumptions. The first assumption is that hiking encroachment fees will proportionately reduce the need for a general rates increase. The second is that unused road owned by the Council is a Council asset of equal value to the average value of per square metre of adjoining land titles. It is difficult to unravel these fallacies in 5 minutes. As the owner of legal roads, the Council has 2 rights: a monopoly over the use of roads as roads, and an exclusive right to authorise non-roading uses of surplus areas of legal road. The Council has an incentive to allow these alternative uses because the areas of unused road are not an asset to the Council but a liability. However, the only counterparties for these licensing arrangements are adjoining property owners to the extent of their road frontage. The Council cannot grant rights in surplus areas of road to third parties that will interfere with the rights of adjoining owners to access their road. The limited market for these access rights significantly impacts their value. The Council is the only seller of unused road, but the adjoining property owner is the only buyer. Of course, we're not in a negotiation situation between buyers and sellers because the Council has regulatory powers to set and impose whatever fee structure it decides for road encroachments. The fee regime as it is today and the 3 fee-setting proposals are all arbitrary in that they do not reflect the value of the encroachment to its adjacent property. Arbitrary actions create winners, losers, and unfairness, and should be avoided where possible, as can be done in this case. An arbitrary road encroachment fee is simply an unavoidable cost of owning the adjoining land title. There is a simple relationship between the costs of property ownership and the value of the property owned. All things being equal, increasing road encroachment charges will decrease associated rateable property values. The Council letter assumes that hiking encroachment fees has no impact upon the rateable values or the rates contribution from affected properties. This is wrong, or at best only true in the short term until rateable values catch up with the cost hike. On a property-by-property basis, to the extent that the encroachment fee is higher than the added value of the encroachment right to the property, then the rates contribution available from the property will fall. On a city-wide basis, if the consolidated encroachment fee revenue to the Council is more than the added value of all the encroachment rights to property values, then hiking the encroachment fee will mean that the general rates on all properties would have to be increased to maintain council revenues, not decreased. The council letter does not acknowledge that to some extent hiking encroachment fees takes money from one council pocket to the other. This brings me to the second fallacy. The added value of an encroachment licence is unique to each property. Although there are rare circumstances where it can be high, generally the value of an encroachment licence is low because the term of a licence is very short, essentially 1 month, permitted uses are highly restricted, and the licence holder can be required to remove any improvements if requested by the council. The important point is that the added value of an encroachment licence, whatever its conditions, to an adjoining property is not a function of the average rateable value per square metre of that property, which reflects the use and option value bundled into an established and self-contained title. None of that existing property value is dependent upon the encroachment, and in many cases the before and after value of a land title with or without an encroachment licence will not be very different.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt you, but we are out of time. If you could just wrap up, that'd be great.
To the extent that there is a difference, that difference will be automatically capitalised into rateable value. Finally, the efficient and effective use of council resources in the interests of its district is best demonstrated in practice by policies that enhance the rateable value of the city and which thereby expand the taxable base available to support council activities. The most efficient road encroachment...
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to...
Sorry.
We are out of time. Sorry about that. Thank you very much for coming in. Appreciate it. And taking the time to share your thoughts. Okay, our final submitter before we take a break is Shane Edgar, who I believe is on Zoom. Oh, you're in, you say, on my piece of paper you say you're on Zoom, so even better. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes, including any time for questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Shane Edgar. I own a property on the corner of Woodland Road and Birch Street in Johnsonville, and which I've owned for 22 years. So when I purchased the property, there was no licence on the encroachment. I was aware the encroachment did exist, and it's only been in place for the last five years. So there's obviously been a process whereby those properties that weren't paying a licence fee have been caught up in the process of going around that didn't have one. I think it's 69 square metres, so it's a very substantial part of the garden area of the property, and some of which is unusable, but the majority of it is flat lawn that, of course, was developed when the property was built in 1973. It was split off the neighbouring property, which was again developed and extended in 1990. And I imagine in both cases with the knowledge of the council. So when I was approached to put a licence in place, it seemed a perfectly reasonable thing. And so the value to me of paying what I've been paying, I consider to be reasonable. But to double it, I think if you just step back and give it a sniff test, it would amount to almost $2,300 for a section of lawn, essentially inside a fence that has been there since 1973. So while I respect a council has the right to charge fees, I think there needs to be a fair and reasonable way in which the policy is changed. I mean, I don't have any problem with it increasing, but I consider it's not really the property owner's issue that it hasn't actually been increased for the last 10 years. In fact, I've only been paying the fee for the last 5 years. So again, to me, it just doesn't sit right.
And so I've made a number of recommendations. One would be that any policy changes, as we've heard from other submitters, is actually communicated well in advance, and I believe that there should be a process by which increases are incremental. If there is some catch-up to be made, it should be a rate of CPI plus some increase. I just think to double it in a year that we're in now, it just doesn't look right. I mean, if you look at government policy, for example, where they're actually doing things to try and reduce the impact of the cost of living on people, the council comes out with something that effectively doubles a fee. It really just looks like they're not in touch with what's happening out there. Just a couple of other things. It seems a very weird process where I pay a rate quarterly, yet this comes as an invoice annually, so I have to pay. It would certainly be much easier if that was somehow rolled into the rating process and or charged quarterly. To get a lump sum of $2,200 is quite a shock, actually, and so I certainly think that would certainly ease the pain. And I think also what I've got are fences and some retaining walls. There may be opportunities for me to actually remove those or realign those, which of course is substantial at my cost. But I may well be prepared to do that. But I think there needs to be a fair and easy process for me to be able to do that and reduce my the square meterage of the encroachment, and I suspect there are many properties around that would want to do the same. But as the last speaker said, I think the more you push the price up, the more you'll have people doing this and actually reducing the actual income from the encroachment fee. And I also believe there needs to be consistently applied. I know in the small street that I'm on that there are other properties that actually don't have an encroachment licence because they don't have structures. Yet their properties, mine had a fence built, others had vegetation and trees. So of course that's not a structure, so there is no fee for those. So I certainly think there needs to be some consistent application of the fee.
Thank you. We are out of time. Appreciate you taking the time to come in and share those thoughts with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we now have a break, and I just mention again, if there are new submitters in the room, you're welcome to have something to eat and a drink, obviously. We are back at 10 to 3. So we'll see you then, councillors online. You can go and have a nice little Ready to come back, colleagues, and we have our first submitter on Zoom, Simon Mason. Kia ora, Simon. You have up to 10 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora, everybody. Just hopefully this should be relatively quick and straightforward. Just wanted to appear before you to add to the chorus of objectors for the proposal for encroachments. As many have probably said before me and some after me, the land has no value to anybody other than the encroachment licence holder. Some of those parcels, including my own, are less than 10 metres squared, so cannot be used for anything other than putting a vehicle, as is in my case. There appear to be additional costs to the proposal that don't seem to have been included, such as to enact this, council will need to agree amendments to the licence agreements on commercial terms and in good faith. The council, in my opinion, is incapable of doing this, and the lack of their ability to negotiate in good faith may well be enough to trigger a judicial review. The council has mentioned value in some of its correspondence, but failed to take into account that without licence holders, it would cost the council money to maintain these parcels of land. My understanding is the per hourly rate for council staff is upwards of $300 an hour, and the proposal doesn't seem to have factored this in, again, enough to look at a judicial review of any decision. When applying an appropriate valuation calculation that takes these matters into account, the revenue projections, which I've seen, will drop considerably, probably most likely to where it is now. I did see from previous minutes and from the news article and stuff today that some very wise councillors thought it would be a good idea to make it easy to sell the land. And I'd like to know why council officers didn't progress with this. That seems to me the most prudent course of action if the council needs more money. The process for purchasing land is incredibly complex and hugely costly. The council could certainly make it easier and reduce the cost of this. It would make it attractive for landowners to purchase the adjacent land encroachment. That would be my recommendation. So, as I predicted, relatively quick and straightforward. Any questions?
Any questions, councillors? Maybe I'll go with one. So I guess, we've heard a lot from encroachment holders today about their issues with an increase but I think that if we had a room full of non-encroachment holders, we might be getting quite a different response. So I guess, sort of my question is, and many people who pay for car parking or don't have car park would say, a fee of around, some we've heard from submitters, $350 a year for an off-street car park currently, and they would see that as extremely a low charge for that. So what would be your response to people who, can't afford to purchase a home or, don't, have benefits to these encroachments, who might say this seems like a bargain?
Well, in my case, I could quite easily park on the street and not incur any encroachment costs, so it doesn't really matter a huge amount to me. To those people who you've represented, they've had their own opportunity to present before you, so the fact that they haven't either means it's not an issue for them, to the fact that you've alluded, or they simply have no opinion to share.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf, you've got a question?
Yes, I have. First of all, great presentation, Simon, and I agree with you. I'm just wondering where you got the hourly rate figure for our officers from.
So I had the great misfortune of going through one of your hearings with a lady by the name of Sue Purser, awful lady, but she mentioned that that was the standard rate. And it's actually a two-figure cost where ratepayers pay half of that, and the council and it's the rest of it's charged to people who need to consume the services. So I thought that was quite a high rate. It's certainly comparison with top 5 consultancy firms, but that's what she advised me at the time.
Yeah, thank you for that, because I've tried and never been able to find that out. So you've done better than what a councillor has tried to do.
So have we got any other questions? No, well, we're done. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate you making the time and effort to come and talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Ka kite.
Ka kite. Right. Paul Wilson. Welcome. Yeah, if you come up to the podium and you'll have 5 minutes, including any time for questions. And my apologies, that clock is broken. But I can see one that works, so I can wave to you. I'll interrupt whenever you go over 5 minutes anyway. Thank you.
Right. Well, my name's Paul Wilson, and I'm a encroachment holder of a remote bit of Wellington Council garage, or in this case, carport land. But first of all, I'd like to offer my commiserations to Mr. Jameson, who was on the front page of the paper this morning. And the full story is that his rents under option 4 that your policy advisors are proposing for road encroachments increases, his rent would go up from $919 to about $5,727.60. So I'm sure he'll be very pleased about that. But within that encroachment discussion document that I printed off, it just seems to be an unhealthy emphasis on the degrees to which benefits accrue privately, greater benefit of added value to property, exclusive use of encroachment land. So I'd like to know what I got greater benefit from in having the car windows of my car in the carport, which I pay for, smashed twice, car was stolen and recovered damaged under my excess, so I had to pay for it, and another car that I got was stolen forever. So I got no benefits whatsoever. And my understanding is, from what I can see, is that the encroachments do not have any separate divisions for carports, car pads, and garages, which you can lock up, keep your car safe, houses, which you might live in, your swimming pool, or even as in the house behind or above us, our old section. When they built the house in the 60s, they were told the council that they couldn't build the house unless they got an encroachment. They did get that, and they have built 2 flats, one above the other, on that property, including the encroachment. So they're earning, I don't know, what, $1,000 a week from that. Now I'm paying, and my wife, are paying the same rental for the square metre of land, per square metrage of land, as they are, which seems pretty ridiculous to me because we're both A1 ratings. And I did suggest that the council 10 years ago, when we had this same discussion previously in the last round of encroachment discussions, suggested that they look at garages separately from carports and that, but nothing's happened. Well, that's fine. And they don't appear to have any distinction between structures which are exclusive to the encroachment holder on a 24/7 basis, like a house or a flat, and one that you can walk around, like the burglars who stole my car. And I'm also wondering what the policy advisors mean by market rental rate. Do they mean by the land rate? Because if we didn't use that land for our carport in front of us, nobody else would use it. It would just sit there forever, do nothing, unless somebody comes along, I suppose, and wants to use it, but I don't think that's going to happen somehow. And I think the option 1 is the most simple one. I would have thought that options 3 and 4 would lead to very detailed and expensive and complicated administration when you get down to each individual property has to be valued, divided by the square meterage that they actually own, and then their licence or lease calculated. And I'm just wondering for option 2, where the policy advisors get 6% per year from, whereas Auckland, in fact, just want half of what they actually want in Wellington. So I'd be curious about that, but no doubt we won't hear about that, where that comes from. And I think the basic, if you chose option 4, which they are recommending, the council, the policy advisors, it's not that they might have variations between even neighbouring properties for encroachments. You will have them, because just up the road from us, if 2 neighbours had an encroachment of an identical garage each, one would pay, or one has a value using their formula of $2,716 per square metre, and the other has $2,143 per square metre. So,
excuse me, Mr. Wilson, we're nearly out of time. If you could just wrap up quickly, that'd be great. Thank you.
So one is 21% cheaper than the other one for exactly this, what would exactly be the same property. And okay, finally, Wellington City Council, which we collectively own as ratepayers directly, should not only appear not to be a rapacious landlord, but should not be a rapacious landlord, which at the moment, if we get option 4 onto our remote carport, we'll end up paying 491% increase on what we currently do, which is quite an increase for any landlord to try and charge any tenant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Appreciate you coming in and taking the time to share your thoughts with us. The next submitter we have is Gwyn Morphews. Is Gwyn online? Is that you, Gwyn? Hello, welcome. You have 5 minutes, including questions. Oh, we can't hear you at the moment. You're on mute.
Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
All right. Thank you. My apologies that the title on my picture was Men in Shorts. I have no idea why that came up like that. It's the name of my fantasy football team. So my apologies for that. I'm Gwyn Morphew. Thank you for the opportunity to come speak. I'm here primarily to speak about option 2 and option 4 in the encroachment fee structure. Obviously, there's an appreciation that Wellington City Council requires more money to support the aging infrastructure around the city, as well as other initiatives that are being proposed and approved. One of my concerns is there is a perception from ratepayers that oftentimes the council doesn't listen to ratepayers and what ratepayers' opinions are. And some of the initiatives that are currently being proposed are opposed by ratepayers. So to see the encroachment fee come through and the options paper that I've read was of concern to me and to a lot of the people and residents that live in my area. Option 2, having 100% rate increase is 100% of not so much is actually okay. It's feasible to some people and it's feasible to me. However, I was requesting in my submission that because of the 13.5% increase in rates last year, an additional 8.8% this year, with over 22% increase in 2 years' time, plus now asking for a change in the encroachment fee structure, I would propose that that should be introduced on a more gradual basis. Again, contributing to the high cost of living that is going on throughout the entire country. I thought that might be a reasonable thing for you to consider. However, I'm not opposed to the option 2. I think that because the rates haven't been increased in such a long period of time, that it does make sense to address that, and which the council is doing. What, however, really made me come speak here is the option 4. option 4, to me, to recommend that is not responsible from a council perspective, and it's not responsible to the ratepayers. The council has a responsibility to spend money like it's your own. And the amount of administrative overhead that will occur with an option 4 and the inequity that will occur implementing option 4, which is, as you know, calculating a rate for an encroachment based on land value, I think is frankly ridiculous. I think it's going to cause inequities across the city. The last rating valuations that occurred, we had a 50% for our property, we had a 50% increase in RV. However, the land value went up 80% of that in that 50%, which to me seems quite arbitrary, and it seems quite preparatory for this option 4. And to me, it's coming, it looks to appear like it's just a financial grab. I've done the numbers on what our property what the encroachment would cost would be an additional 900% increase on what we would be paying on the option 2, which is a 100% increase. That's completely inequitable across the board and across the area that we live in. Unintended consequences need to be considered. People with carports that don't actually need the carports, that were encouraged by council to build the carport to solve parking issues, people will not pay the encroachment license and they will not use that carport, and it'll clog up the streets, and council will have to pay additional cost to either remove the carports because it's your land. So, you know, that land can't be used for any other purpose other than a carport. So I think council really need to consider the unintended consequences of an option 4, not to mention the huge administrative costs that that's going to require, which again is not a responsible use of taxpayer money. Questions?
Yeah, we have about 30 seconds. Are there any questions? I think you've been very clear, Gwen, and we appreciate you taking the time to share those thoughts with us. Thank you.
I hope you consider them.
Thank you. All right. The next submitter I have is Charles Wood. Welcome. Yep, so if you come up to the podium and you'll have 5 minutes, including time for questions. And sorry, I'll have to jump in rudely because that clock's not working, but I'll try to be very polite.
Okay, well, I almost don't have to say anything because a lot of what I had to say, there's a lot of commonalities. Simon Mason, I think, covered it quite well, which is simply part of my garage, not all of it, just part of it. Does sit on council road reserve and therefore incurs a small cost for the encroachment. So option 2, or the increase of 100%, is not necessarily fiscally a big problem for us. But a lot of garages up our way are 100% on council land and therefore pay an encroachment. And as our last submitter noted, that we are actually taking our vehicles off the road, and where I come from in Volga Street, it's a particularly clogged artery, and I could park on the street for free and add to the problem that we have there seriously. So I just don't think it's fair that you should increase the cost of people who are actually doing things that benefit the town as a whole, and our street in particular, without actually considering perhaps charging for parking up our street. If you need revenue, which it seems like you do, then that would be a really good revenue turner, I'd say. And I think that's all.
Thank you. Councillors, have you got questions? I'm interested in the, because of, I think that maybe the days of on-street free parking are probably numbered in Wellington City. I think that probably will come. But I'm interested in the way that encroachment holders have presented off-street parking as largely a public benefit. Whereas even with a residence parking scheme, you wouldn't have a guaranteed place. So don't you think the benefit is more personal to the encroachment holder?
I don't pretend it isn't, but it also has a benefit that we park off the street. And yeah, it just seems weird that I could actually forego that, park on the street, and not have to, you know, if I stop using my garage, and as the last submitter said, then there's a few square metres of land where my garage sort of partly is, suddenly becomes, what, public land, or becomes council land again. It's more or less vertical, and it's only a small bit, so I don't know what you'd do with it. Well, they could use my garage. They'd have to pay for the other bit.
Are there any other questions, councillors? Thank you so much for taking the time to come in. We appreciate it. And I believe we're running ahead of time, but Roger Bolam, I believe you're here. Roger? Online. Oh, there you are. Welcome. Are you happy to go? You're on mute at the moment, I think. But you have... you can have 10 minutes if you want. I think we've got you listed as 10 minutes, but and that includes time for questions. Thank you.
That's overly generous. Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this proposal. I'd have to agree with some of the previous submitters about the process. I think it has been a poor policy process, and we have had increases that have exceeded the rates increases over the last 10 years. So there have been generous increases to council over that. And I would question too the natural justice issue of changing the basis for charging of encroachments, all of which have been addressed by previous speakers. The position, as I see it, of intending licences, people who are about to put a encroachment structure on council land, is that they've all gone to the council and obtained permission to build these structures. They've all agreed on a rental. Then they've proceeded to invest funds. I mean, one previous submitter had invested $250,000 in their proposal, and they do so on the reasonable expectation that the fees will remain on the same basis as when they started out, in the same way as ratepayers, when they buy a property, do so on the reasonable expectation that rates will stay on the same approximate basis. The encroachment holders wouldn't perhaps have gone ahead with their development if they thought the charges were going to be such as is being proposed now. So I think it's fair to say that there's a reasonable expectation that the charging basis won't be retrospectively approved. I think what the council does with future encroachments is utterly up to itself, but to change it on existing structures where people have entered into these agreements, I think is unconscionable and against natural justice. So that's the licence holder builds the encroachment on that basis, and subsequent purchasers like ourselves buy a property with the encroachment, the benefit of the encroachment, and the cost of the encroachment, and that's part of our purchase decision. And again, on the reasonable expectation that charges will remain the same. And so my submission is that it's wrong to change the basis for charging. Sure, go ahead and increase it in accordance with the CPI or whatever, that's fair, but to change the basis is not warranted. Our situation at 20 Durham Street is that we have a two-storey house, which has been purchased 5 years ago, and it's got 2 flats, 5 bedrooms up and 5 bedrooms down. And a previous owner had dug down under the house and put a second story below. And so we've got a 2-storey house, 10 bedrooms, which meets council's desire of intensive dwelling, very happy tenants. And we have the ability also to build 2 more flats up the back. And the tenants pay for the car parks at the front. So the charge is about $750 a year. And each of them who has a car park pays $250 each a year for that car park. They're happy and we're happy. And they also have a charger there, which we provide, so they can charge their cars. One of them has an electric car and that's charged from that area. They have all agreed that they have no wish to pay double. They're really upset that the council is increasing it 100%. There's no benefit to us in paying it. And so we will be relinquishing the car parks The situation is on flat land. It's between the curb and the house. So it's flat land and it's just concrete on flat land, which we pay $750 a year. So in our case, the council's revenue will go down $750 and the tenants will park on the road. So I don't believe that's unreasonable. In the letter from your senior policy advisor, Shu Hung, he has said that we consider the fees to be low. Well, I consider that to be quite an arrogant statement. Well, I guess you can consider it, you must just be wrong. But our tenants on the other side say it's not low, that's excessive. So I think there's a lack of connection with reality. Tenants are already, the rent's already high enough. We haven't even increased in the last 2 years because we consider ourselves to be a good landlord. We also want to build on the back to provide more housing and have the outdoor areas such as you require. But this is not going to help us with that decision. So yeah, that's my submission. And I welcome any questions in the time that's left. Thank you.
I have a question, and maybe other councillors do. So I guess the question is, in terms of paying for a car park, relatively in a central kind of place, $250 as a year seems, I think the average cost is something more like around $90 a week for a car park in central Wellington. So on that basis, isn't it quite cheap?
Well, you and I can say that, but our tenants have spoken and said they're not going to them it's not cheap. So it might be to you and I, to a student on a government benefit of some sort, or their parents paying, it's just beyond their budget. So that's their reaction.
Oh, and sure, on circumstances, but compared to what people are paying, the market rates people are paying, it's a tiny fraction of that.
Correct, but as the previous submitters have said, parking on the street is free at that location. So given a choice of paying anything over nothing, there's no benefit apart from charging a car. And again, I don't know what other use the council will use this land for. I mean, we wouldn't rip up the concrete. We might put up a fence or something to stop it being used. But we're getting cars off the road. We've got the 3 here, plus it's one of the very, very few houses in Aro Valley with off-street parking. And even one of the neighbours parks on our property. So, sorry, on the council property. So it must be good to get that number of cars off the road, 3 plus 2, 5 cars. Yeah, but I hear your point.
Is there any other questions, councillors? Would like to thank you very much for taking the time to come and tell us that, and it is really useful to have that different perspective of both yourself and your tenants. So
thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have the next submitters available? GWRC and Toimata Foundation?
A couple of minutes.
Okay, we'll just have a little break. Should we have a 5-minute break? Okay, thank you. and we understand everybody is here for our next submission. So it seems like combined, is it up to 20 minutes? Well, I don't know if you need that long, but... Oh, and welcome, Deputy Mayor Free. You're here for a good one. I'll throw it over to you. Thank you.
We will use the whole 20 minutes, sorry. So we've got Kristen from Toimata Foundation who's on the Zoom, and then Ellie and I from Greater Wellington who'll be here in person. Let me see if I can get things going. Okay. If I turn the... So it's not... Oh, it has. Yep. Okay. Nā mihi o te ahi kia koutou. Mā tōroro, mā takuroro, ka ora ai te iwi. Ki te maunga ahumairangi, kei te mihi. Ki te manga kumutoto, kei te mihi. Ki ngā mana whenua o tēnei rohe, kei te mihi. Kia koutou ngā kai kaunihira o tēnei rohe, kei te mihi. Today we'd like to acknowledge Wellington City Council's contribution over many years to Enviro Schools, and you will have seen me presenting lots of times. So I'm Karen, the Regional Coordinator. And we're asking that you show increased commitment to the strategy for children and young people and commit to the Enviro Schools Regional Statement of Collaboration by increasing your investment in Enviro Schools through the annual plan. And we know this is a big ask in today's environment. So Kristen is going to, from Toimata Foundation, is going to share some of the things that are special about Enviro Schools. So,
you need. Sorry, I was on. I'll start again. Kia ora. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Kristen Price-Aho, coming to you from Kirikiriroa, Hamilton, and that's where Toimata Foundation is based. And Toimata is an NGO, and we are the national support body for the Enviro Schools kaupapa, principally supported by central government MFE. So, Enviro Schools, I'll start at the bottom actually. One just key thing about Enviro Schools is it's designed to achieve systemic change. So we're all about root causes, root solutions. You know, there's a plethora of issues coming at us all. You know, as councillors, you are no doubt very aware of all of these different interconnected issues. So we are about what's behind those issues. How can we redesign our societies, our systems, how we do things, how we live, to just design out these problems. So to do that, it's really key to take a holistic approach. You know, there's some great stuff happening in the area of waste or climate action or water, but we join the dots between all of these different types of issues and really focus on developing connected, resilient and sustainable communities. So, yep, we're working with schools and early childhood centres, but essentially we're working through them to reach into communities. And the last thing I'd say is that a key to our approach is this network. So it's not a person going in and one thing happening in a school over there and one thing happening over there. It's about making a really strong network where people are working together, children are linking up across schools, parents, teachers are supporting each other, caretakers, all of these people that are involved in these systems are working together, working beyond the school gates to really make this change happen at a systemic social level. So when we look at what does that mean and what does that mean for yourselves as councils, as investors in this, we can see on the next slide, Karen, that the graphic shows that there's a huge number of different types of actions that are happening across the Enviro Schools National Network, and you can see the statistics there in front of you. And you'll notice that all of the 4 wellbeings that you are responsible for in a local government context are all covered by Enviro Schools. And Enviro Schools was actually co-developed with councils. That's where it came from in the late 1990s, and we've been working as a national organisation with councils for the last 20 years. And so it's definitely a program for councils. So I think the team there might be starting to unroll the banner. Yes, I can see that happening. So what I'd say about that is that
one of the things that gives EnviroSchools real strength and power is this long-term nature, and that is a lot about the role of the EnviroSchools facilitators, which is what yourselves as a City Council, that's where your funding is going. It's this facilitator role. And that's the person who's working with the school to create the vision. What do you want to change in your community? What do you want to change in your environment? Bring it to life step by step, project by project, weave in other projects and other initiatives that the school might be involved with. Ultimately, this is about culture change. You can, if you could have time with the detail on this banner, there's lots of explorations being visited, deepened, extended, changed, redesigned. And the children and young people in this school have been involved in all of that, the planning, the design, the redesign, the reflection, and the getting their hands dirty and actually taking action. And this long-term, holistic, facilitated journey is something that no other approach in New Zealand does. You know, this is a thing that is unique to EnviroSchools. So yes, I'd invite you, if you get time and another break or something, to have a look at this banner, because it really is quite amazing. So in terms of Wellington City, you know, we've been looking at your strategies. EnviroSchools delivers on a large number of your strategies, of your different goals and priorities. In particular, we're focusing on the strategy for children and young people, and we really mihi to you for developing this strategy. You know, you're hearing the voices of young people too. They want change. They want to be part of a different future. Your strategy recognises that. EnviroSchools has always recognised that. You know, we're working from early childhood, primary, secondary, to empower young people to have a hope for the future and to see how they can make a difference. And the kind of difference they make at 3 is different to the kind of difference they make at 13, but it's still part of a journey of becoming an active citizen and an active force for change in a community where they can contribute in meaningful ways and have hope, which is just absolutely key for young people faced with the kind of scary future that they're potentially looking at. So we see really strong alignment with this particular strategy. And that is about then being able to tackle things systemically. So our next slide has sort of got at the top of the cliff, the proverbial ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. So all the really complex challenges that are coming at all of us, require some ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, immediate solutions. I don't need to talk to you about the latest sea level rise figures and all of that kind of thing going on. But we also need to be working at the top of the cliff. We need to be putting, you know, we talk about putting up fences, things that stop things getting into that ambulance at the bottom of the cliff mode. So we need to be looking at systemic change and collaborative initiatives, which is what EnviroSchools is. Lots of detail on this, so I won't go through it all, but the key takeaways are that the model that we have that's got this massive reach with EnviroSchools in every region, over 1,400 EnviroSchools, 100 supporting organisations, is because we don't see any one organisation doing it alone. So at the national level, central government funding, as I said, principally MFE, also a bit with MPI. At the implementation level, that's regional councils and territorial authorities working together to fund those leadership roles like Karen's and those facilitators who are working on the ground in communities. And then it's the EnviroSchools gets a lot of uptake from the community. It's not just going in and teaching the kids a lesson, it's really changing the culture of the school, which means a lot of investment comes in from teachers, caretakers, parents, whānau members, community. So all in all, councils put in about 1/3 of the investment that makes this whole national movement go round every year. Lots of councils involved, and 80% of councils in New Zealand are involved, and in the Greater Wellington region, it is all councils. So we really acknowledge that all councils have been on board in Wellington for many years, and you were the first region that got to that stage. So we really acknowledge the long-term support from both Greater Wellington and Wellington City. And I think over to Ali now, who's got more to say about the Greater Wellington position. So thank you.
Ngā mihi o te wā, kia tātou, tēnei rā tātou katoa. Ko Ali Caddy tōku ingoa, no te whanganui atara ahau, kei te pane mātua tai ao ahau e mahi ana, hei kai whakahaere mātua ahau. I'm from Greater Wellington, Ali Caddy, I'm the manager of the Biodiversity Department, which is the home to EnviroSchools within Greater Wellington. We've got a slide here about why Greater Wellington is so committed to EnviroSchools. Principally, we see it as a great fit for our long-term goals. We're looking at environmental outcomes and social outcomes that are really long-term, getting in there with our young people, as Kristen has described already. The region has a huge amount to gain from a well-resourced and well-connected EnviroSchools network. And we also think if we're willing to step into that leadership role as a region, that we have a lot to contribute at the national level as well. The team bring a really collaborative way of working, and that fits really well with how Greater Wellington goes about its work. It's very holistic, and we want those connections across our different work programs. And they also they support a wide range of work programs. This cuts across so many of our different pieces of work, and I think that will be the same for you as Wellington City Council. There's a couple more slides that I'll just quickly go through in the interests of time. So we're really committed to a strong and inspiring network for EnviroSchools. We want existing participants, that's the schools and early childhood centres, to be really well supported. We want that quality of facilitation support so that they can really get the most out of their EnviroSchools journey. And we're also looking to grow that network. We want that we want that demand to be met by the councils, by the schools and centres in your area. And we're really committed to that ongoing collaboration between the councils, Toimata, and the schools and centres themselves. We already do have a regional statement of collaboration. This is it here that officers have worked on, and we're really keen to take the next step here where we work together to get a really good level of commitment across our councils and perhaps touching across more of our areas of work so that we can really pull together in a holistic sense to support our young people through their sustainability journey and dealing with the world that we know is coming and is changing. And the next slide just shows a couple of, just at a high level, what Greater Wellington contributes. The main change here is in the last few months, we've taken on 2 permanent staff roles. So what were previously contracted to Toimata, we've taken into Greater Wellington whānau. So we've got a team leader role, which is Karen, and of course, and an advisor role as well. And including them in our permanent staff, we think is a really great step towards that more joined up, more strategic approach and locked in support for EnviroSchools. And Karen's going to share a bit more with you.
So just looking at the situation in Te Whanganui-a-Tara itself, and I've presented on this before, so many of you who are on the Grants Committee will have already seen some of this, but I'd just like to reiterate. So there is a healthy level of energy in the network with about 42 EnviroSchools currently registered, and then we've had inquiries from at least 20 more schools and centres. Now, when I spoke to you last time, which was just a couple of months ago, that number was 14. So we've got this steady increase in inquiries all the time and showing that the schools and centres are really valuing the opportunity, or would love the opportunity to be involved in the program. So with the 60,000 that we currently get from multi-year grants, that's only enough to cover one part-time facilitator contract, and that person can hold relationships with about half the schools and centres that are involved. So the other half of the schools and centres, they are not actively facilitated, but they do still have EnviroSchools resources and contact with the network. But it's just a huge missed opportunity because as well as those schools not getting extra support that they need, we also don't know very much about what they're doing, and that makes us less able to share the great work that's happening in those schools and centres, and they have less opportunity to be inspired by the great work of others. So we really feel that we need 2 30-hour-a-week roles. So in our submission, we offered a range of different investment options. So we talked about staying at a couple of options that would keep us basically at the status quo, a couple of options that would be moderate, and a couple of options that would be progressive. Now the staff have worked really hard to create an increase for Enviro schools over in the grants pool, and their recommendation is for 70,000 for the coming year. And unfortunately, that still puts us in the status quo. It's a low opportunity place and a high risk place with a huge missed opportunity. So we would really, really like to address this, and we think we need annual plan funding to do it.
I'm just going to jump in and talk to the next slide, just from a little bit from a national perspective as well. So acknowledging the commitment of the grants team at Wellington City and the sort of allocation of a little bit more, just to sort of put that in context. So of the 60-something councils across New Zealand that partner with us and invest in Enviro schools, only yourselves and a couple of others do that via grants. So it's an unusual mechanism. No one else in the region and Te Upoko does that. More usual methods are operational funding coming through annual plans, maybe specific budgets around climate change and natural environment, and a number of councils do use their waste levy funding, and obviously that's a stream of money that's growing, and we're working quite closely with MFE nationally on a strategic approach where our waste levy can fund not only really good waste-specific education but more holistic education, and approaches like Enviro schools and MFE are very, very supportive of that approach, and we would like to be working with our council partners on a similar approach. So what we're suggesting in this situation in Wellington City is, great, we've got the grant. If there can be more funding found through the annual plan, and a mechanism that we've suggested is funding that children and young people strategy, then we would love to be working towards that second facilitator position. We are in a position to be also reallocating some funding in the upcoming financial year due to the typical COVID disruptions. There's around about 40,000 in the total pool of funding across the region that hasn't been used, and we've been talking about repurposing that and prioritising that for Wellington City to enable the close the gap, if you like, between what we're asking for and what Wellington City might be able to find. So that's the offer that we're making for that second position. We could put 40,000 and one off towards that second position. Is that clear, Karen? I think that's what we talked about.
I think so. Yep. Yeah. So I guess what we're saying is that the longer we wait, the bigger the step change that will be required if Wellington City wants to get real value from investing in Enviro schools. So could we take action now? And we really think that we could if we used a combination of money from a range of funds. Additional money through the annual plan would have a negligible impact on rates, but we know that doesn't necessarily mean anything when every organisation that you support is asking for more money. So we're asking you to make an exception for us. And why would you do that? Well, I guess it's to do with that ambulance. So there are lots of ambulances and there are not many fences. And we are one of society's fences at a time where there is a lot falling off the cliff. So we feel we owe it to our young people to invest in their voices. And, whoops, too far. And nāku te rauro, nau te rauro, ka ora ai te iwi. Let's get Enviro schools moving and let's invest in our young people's voices.
Beautiful, and you've left time for questions, and we have one from Councillor Day.
Kia ora, thank you very much to you all for your for sharing about Tuimata Enviro schools. My question's around the regional council and how, so Karen, you sort of sit within the regional council, so how do other councils do it for the facilitators? Do they sit with you, or do they have sort of support within the councils that they're funded by? How does that side of things work?
So what we are trying to, basically what happens is that the facilitators are, the money for their roles is coming from the local councils, and what we're trying to do here is have all of the facilitators work together in the same team within Greater Wellington And at some point, we would like all those roles to be employee roles. We're not quite at that point yet, but it's something that we want to achieve. So at the moment, the money, it's contract money for the facilitator roles. Does that answer your question?
So who would they be employed by if you went for the long-term sort of deal?
I guess, is that...
Yeah, thank you.
Currently, they're contracted to Tuimata. Until recently, the leader role and the advisor role was also contracted to Tuimata, but those are the two roles we've brought onto Greater Wellington. The facilitators working in the different rohi around the region are still contracted to Tuimata. Ideally, that would change and give them a little bit more employment stability rather than the year-on-year contracts, but we're not quite at that point yet. It's a possibility they would come onto GW staff perhaps at some point in the future, but our councillors haven't made that call at this stage.
And I'm just curious how the relationship, obviously working with them as a council quite closely like you are, how that also helps councils mahi, I guess working closely like that has some sort of benefit. What would that?
And we've had a very high trust working relationship with them for a long time, and with yourselves. I'm a relative newcomer to the space, so I can't speak to all of that history. I think bringing the two roles initially onto staff gives us an opportunity to think in that more strategic way and how we can provide a bit of leadership in this space, support councils to get more and more on board and grow that capacity over time.
Kia ora.
Councillor Pennant, quick question.
Thank you.
Councillor Matthews also, thank you.
We are out of time, Councillor Foon, so...
Big cheesy smile.
So why isn't the Ministry of Education funding this? This is all very, very important, I agree with you. And the second question is just about outcomes, like what differences are you seeing in the children and the young people as a result of going through the program?
Can answer the MOE question if you like. So yeah, that's it. It's the MOE have never been particularly active in this space investing, and they've never been particularly strategic. And they do have some mechanisms where schools can undertake environmental education for sustainability. We did have MOE funding some time back. But we've chosen to align ourselves with the Ministry for the Environment, which works much better. They've got a really holistic approach. They're extremely supportive of the work that we're doing. We also work closely with DOC, and we've recently been approached by MPI actually wanting to give a little bit of money nationally. So our greatest alignment within government is with that MPI, DOC, MFE group, and that's the way Treasury bundle them. MOE are a little bit tricky to work with. They provide the environment that we work in though, and they do in that diagram that I had. If you think about all the teachers and the caretakers and all of those people that are kind of doing Enviro schools, that's where the MOE investment really comes in. So that's how we work with them and in their space.
Yeah, and quickly on the outcomes, and so because we want to get to Councillor Foon's very quick question.
So I guess that there's a wide range of outcomes that we're seeing, and there's been extensive research go into this. So it's action in a wide range of areas, and then we've got lots of examples where we're developing lots of stories around this, where young people are taking home the messages, and there's action happening at home or connecting in with community groups and things. So, something exciting that we're seeing a lot more of, I think, is young leaders teaching other young leaders. So one of the things that's happening in the as we move more into the secondary space is we've got these amazing young people coming through who are now, like, they're going on Zooms and running little forums for other young people who are then having the confidence to go and run the Enviro groups at their schools. So as well as action on the ground, there's a lot of empowerment outcomes, I think, that we're seeing.
Okay, one last quick question from Councillor Foon.
I'll make it really quick. What percentage of councils are funding you through the your waste minimisation fees, and what percentage of funding is coming from that?
I'll answer that nationally. The value that we put on 1920 2019-20 money coming in value coming from councils was about 5 million. About 7% of that was coming from the levy at that point in time. But when you look at just the facilitation part, which is what we're talking about with you today, it was about just coming up 25%. But we are seeing that tracking up. And councils normally don't fund the whole thing from the levy, and we don't encourage that, but it's often a portion of where they get their money from. And it's probably about a third of TAs are getting at least some of the money from EnviroSchools nationally from the levy. Karen might have more specific information about Wellington.
Yeah, I just wanted to give the example of we have got one council in the Wellington region who potentially can double their investment in EnviroSchools by using the waste levy. So, and I think one of the things that people often ask us is how much of EnviroSchools is waste. And what we're saying is actually it's all of it. So it doesn't really matter what you're working on. If you're using these principles and approaches, you are going to reduce the amount of waste that's generated in the first place. And that's where we're talking about the fence at the top of the cliff rather than the ambulance at the bottom, which is maybe more what recycling and managing your landfill. Let's actually change the way we think so that we've got people who are creative and responsive and not wanting to create that waste in the first place.
Oh, thank you.
Councillor Carver, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, very quick, thanks.
Yeah, like everyone else. Hey, look, thank you for sort of telling us what other councils do, but one of the things that this council does have is we put a lot of extra money into our climate change funding, and we put extra money last year into our grants funding. So any additional money outside of those buckets basically means extra onto the rates. So have you got any idea of where the funding should come, or are you suggesting that we have to increase our total operational budget to enable this to happen?
So I think we're suggesting, I guess what a combination of things is probably what would work best, is my impression here. So to have some grants funding is fantastic, and that 3-year pool is excellent. It's never going to be able to increase. So some annual plan funding feels essential for if we actually want this program to grow. And that's what we are asking from you guys, I guess, is, is that what you want for this program? Because if you do, there are things that we will need to change. And so it could be that there is additional money. We do think waste levy is a good option, and that is going to be increasing, is my understanding, without increasing the rates. But it has happened to us before that we've been in a situation where people have said, this is tricky. EnviroSchools is holistic, so it doesn't have a natural fit with necessarily any of the funding pools, and therefore we will make an exception for this and we will add it to the rates because of the amount that it is, it's negligible in the overall effect on rates, but it will make a huge difference to this program and this network.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank you all for all the work that has gone into this submission. And as you say, every time you're here, as an EnviroSchools parent, I have a lot of love for the work that you do. Thank you. Dita Katz is online. Dita, you have 5 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to submit on 2 issues, library fines and encroachment fees. The council is proposing to remove library fines. It is said to reduce barriers for some people. I don't know how that is so. However, clearly the incentive to return books will be massively reduced. Unfortunately, there are many people who will no longer return books, let alone return them on time. The proposal therefore seems counterproductive. Surely it will increase barriers for other borrowers who want to access books. On encroachment fees, I just want to reinforce what other submitters have said. I own a garage that is on road reserve. It doesn't adjoin my own property. The council is proposing to eventually base encroachment fees on the individual land value of the adjoining property, on the grounds that that reflects the land's highest and best use. I don't have a problem with the council wanting to make an economic return from the road reserve. But I submit that the value of the adjoining land grossly overstates the economic value of the road reserve. The adjoining landowner owns the land in perpetuity and can therefore make investments on it that provide a substantial return. The value of the land reflects that opportunity. My encroachment, however, is subject to 1 month's notice. I have no security of tenure. I'm not going to build something of good quality because I could lose it. This is not just a theoretical risk. It's happened to me before that I've been asked to remove a long-standing garage because the land was wanted for another purpose. In the event that other purpose hasn't yet eventuated, so for the time being, the garage is still there. The economic value of the encroachment, that is the highest and best use, is therefore a lot less than the value of the adjoining land. I submit that the current fee is therefore probably about right, or possibly already too high, and should not be increased further. The fee should not be based on the value of the adjoining land. That's my submission.
Thank you, Dieter. I have a question. I'm not sure if other councillors do. Is that I don't know if you were aware that other jurisdictions, Auckland libraries, for example, who have gone fines free, they actually found an improvement in the returning of materials when they didn't have overdue fines. Were you aware of that?
No, I wasn't aware of it. That's very interesting. It's counterintuitive, but I guess it's possible, yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of Dieter? No, we'd like to thank you very much for taking the time to give your submission. Thank you, Dieter. Thank you, Mr. Katz. Bye-bye. Greg Young, are you on Zoom?
Yes, I am.
Oh, welcome, Greg. You have
never used Zoom before, so you'll have to excuse my ignorance of
no,
this
well, you're
process.
doing perfectly because we can see you and hear you, so that's...
Oh, very good. Well, I'm very happy for you.
So you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Right, so I'm submitting on the subject of encroachment fee increase. I'll just go over a few factors that relate to the background of our situation and then give my thoughts as relating to the proposed increase. We bought our current property with no knowledge that an encroachment fee applied for a structure on the driveway which had not been built by the former owner. They paid an encroachment fee for a carport that didn't actually exist, but we assumed that we needed to pay a fee to park on that land, which falls short of our own property, so we've been parking there ever since. This is also by way of background. Soon after moving to this property, we parked our car on the opposite side of the street, half on the footpath, and were subsequently given a ticket. I mention this as evidence of the ticketing officer's opinion that the car was a hazard either to pedestrians or road users. In 2009, we spent a considerable amount of money for a new driveway to replace what was left after the previous one was ruined in the process of a house extension. In providing parking for our vehicles, we feel that we have contributed to the removal of a potential traffic hazard by getting our cars off the street. Our street is typically narrow and winding. The driveway and associated works have served to beautify the street. We have a very nice stone wall supporting the driveway that's been built. Land which the City Council would otherwise show no interest in maintaining is maintained by us, and for that privilege we are expected to pay an annual fee. The previous comment comes partly out of the frustration at seeing vegetation trimmed from embankments in our street only once or twice a year. When this is done, much of the cut material is left at the edge of the road and subsequently moved by runoff down the street during heavy rains, thus blocking drains and causing a problem. This clearly doesn't need to happen. If this is the level of interest that Wellington City Council has for maintaining the road reserve, it's a bit rich that justification for the encroachment fee increase is recognition that the current fee rate does not reflect the increased value of the land. The land has little or no value to the Wellington City Council, as is evidenced by its lack of interest in maintaining it. The attention given to the road reserve seems to be a matter of council doing the bare minimum, unless, of course, it is a central city street worthy of planting and gardening. The Wellington City Council should be very happy that people are prepared to spend money, time and energy in improving and caring for land which is not their own, thereby removing cars from the roadway and making the street more attractive and usable. Rather than asking for a fee, the Wellington City Council should be subsidising works by property owners that bring about the benefits described above. If there is no money for such subsidies, then acknowledging that many property owners have spent considerable amounts of money in improving things, not only for themselves, but for the road user, should see the Wellington City Council waiving the encroachment fee on a case-by-case basis or removing it altogether. To those of us who are required to pay this annual fee, the proposed increase is nothing but a thinly disguised money-making venture by a rapacious city council who have squandered ratepayers' money on wasteful and unnecessary items like the rainbow crossing in Dixon Street. When funds are unexpectedly needed for rectifying failures of city infrastructure, e.g. sewer pipes, it seems the immediate solution is who can we hit harder or what can we charge for that has previously been provided as part of normal rating. At a time when Wellington City Council funds are stretched, isn't it logical to rein in spending on non-essentials and focus on the necessities? To take opportunity to hit the ratepayer at every turn implies poor stewardship. To then put together spurious arguments to justify increases of this nature smacks of desperation. I strongly encourage those who will make the decision over this matter to seek to understand the realities expressed above and ultimately decide either to do away with encroachment fees altogether or to apply discretion and waive them when a reasonable argument can be made to do so. That's my submission.
Thank you. Are there any questions, councillors? Doesn't seem there are. You've been very clear, Mr. Young, and also a real pro at Zoom for your first go. So,
well, thank you very much.
Thank you
Thanks
for the time.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then our last submitter before we go to the break is Michael Mellor. Welcome. We have got a long break after this, so we might be a bit lenient on Mike for time.
You're a councillor. I think I've got a presentation that should be coming up. Oh, there we go. There we go. Right. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I thought my presentation, I would start by looking at the encroachment fees and what your policy actually says. The policy adopted in 2011, which says that structure should reflect public and private benefits, make an economic return from road reserve assets, and take into account rateable values. Unfortunately, it does none of these. You have adopted the policy, but you haven't implemented it, which I find a bit strange. I didn't know you could do that. Try to do the next slide. How do I do the next slide? Oh, I've just done it. Right. Okay, sorry. Now, these words are in inverted commas because they're not mine. They're your officers' words. And what they say about your current fee policy is you're not exercising prudent economic stewardship. Your property owners with a high value and land value get a greater benefit, and the annual increase according to its CPI is not economically sound. So you're not following your own policy, you're not behaving in an economically rational way with ratepayers' assets, and you're increasing, you're acting in an inequitable fashion. Is that a good idea? Should you be doing that? So my submission is you implement the 2011 policy with the proviso that you abolish the increasing the rates on CPI, because that's, as your officers say, that's an economic nonsense. And also, you need significant transitional arrangements. There are a lot of people who would find it difficult. I'd have to pay 5 times more, roughly, which is something I don't want to do. But there's a whole equity question here, which is just isn't being addressed. So if you want to carry on in inequitable, uneconomic, policy contradictory way, feel free. But otherwise, please adopt option 4. Thank you.
All right. Questions for Mike? Off you go, Councillor Pennant.
That was great. Thank you for recommending that we implement that policy. That has been a sore point for the Mayor and myself, that point. I guess it's just we've got to figure out how to do it fairly, though. And so we had a good submission. I'm just curious in your response to this, who said, look, put the encroachment licences at 0 and then incorporate the value of the land into the market value. So it's just rated as normal. Mm. What do you think about that? Because it does mean that then you will get differentiation and you will treat the land as just part of the property. And interesting, because another submitter said, well, actually, we took that land off people. I've just got to find out whether that's correct or not.
Well, the policy says based on the rateable value. It doesn't say the rateable value, the rateable value itself. So I think that's the starting point, so that it should be there. I mean, it's if you're going around valuing every property separately, it already happens in terms of the triennial revaluation. So it's information that's there. It's not too hard. People will find it difficult. There's in the transition. But the other point I didn't make is also effectively you're throwing $5 million a year away. You could fund three or 4 dozen Enviro schools. There is no need to increase rates. You could reduce rates if you do this. It's this. I believe there are 5,000 encroachment holders and 80,000 households paying rates. So if you look on an equity basis, 80,000 people will benefit, 5,000 people will be paying more.
Councillor Calvert has a question as well.
Thank you, Mike. And you did talk about equity. So this proposal really in front of us was sort of just appeared. We only had a short time before it came up to us near the beginning of this year. Do you think it's equitable to implement it in the way that it's being implemented, almost like we'll just double the fees, but we won't do the policy work behind it? Because, I mean, how do you feel about that? Because you said yourself you probably end up paying 5 times as much. I'm not sure what on the basis of the double the encroachment fees, but just wonder whether you had a view about how you go about implementing a change like this.
Well, I think doubling the encroachment fee just shows how little you actually know about the value of the land. It's purely arbitrary, and councils shouldn't be making arbitrary decisions. I must emphasise, particularly with respect to the previous submissions, that anything that happens must have a just transition. And I would not support doubling the fee because it basically it's what the last submitter is saying. It smacks of just a revenue grab. But I would strongly support your developing a process, something that you can justify, because you can't really justify 100% increase, something you can justify that gets you towards the objectives that you have in the 2011 policy.
And that will take some time, I'm assuming you're suggesting, rather than straight from the 1st of July this year.
I absolutely agree, and I think option 4 does make the point that you couldn't do it just like that. But all the information there is available, so we're not actually talking rocket science here. We're talking reasonably simple programming, basically.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mike. You answered my first question, and then I thought of another one, so I put my hand back up. You disagree with how we value the land. What calculations do you think we should take into account for the value of the land, for the value of a space of public land in 2022?
Well, I don't disagree with the way you value the land, because you don't value it. It's a flat rate for all encroachments, irrespective of the value. And one of the things about the policy is it says to look at the economic value. And currently, and it makes the comment that it's poor stewardship, and that's because the value of the land is not being taken into account. It's an asset that is not earning its keep, and it needs to earn its keep in a fair and equitable way. So there is an obvious valuation at the moment, which is the land value in the triennial revaluation. I'm not saying the encroachment land should be valued at that value, because as we've heard, it's not normal land. You could come and tell me to demolish my garage by this time next month, and I wouldn't be very happy about that. So if you're going to, I think you need to do two things. One is look closely at the terms of the encroachments. And if you're not going to do anything with it, why put it on a month-by-month basis? But two, whatever unusual terms there are left, you take them into account and a discount from the rateable value.
Mike, I have a question. And then, so my question is, we've heard a lot from submitters today who are largely against us doing anything really to significantly increase encroachment fees, and they've argued that them having off-street parking is of, significant public value, and they've almost sort of talked about that public value as sort of almost being, equal to or greater than the private value because it gets the cars off the streets. What would you say to that?
Well, each encroachment is accessed by a crossing, and that crossing is about the length of a car. So if you go down the street where every house has got an encroachment, got a drive or a garage, there is no street parking.
It's an excellent point. Councillor Panner, one more question.
So as a sustainable transport campaigner, which I admire your work, should we be having a look at this policy in a broader context around the provision of off-street parking, and should we be discouraging it or encouraging people to build homes or build gardens to feed themselves, so on?
I'm not really sure I want to get into that. I think we have to reevaluate the society's relationship with cars. There's no doubt about that. And we have to be looking in terms of the climate policy. One of the things about the current encroachment policy, it is completely in isolation. It doesn't consider anything else. And it needs to be part of overall council policy. And parking on the street, so the previous submitter talked about he was ticketed for parking on the footpath, so he needs a drive. Well, parking on the footpath is a rather different issue from just parking, and there should be a link with your parking policy, because the parking policy has storage of vehicles as the lowest priority. But should you be subsidising people to get cars off the streets? Because this is all about subsidy.
Thank you very much for your submission, Mike. And if anybody tries to take your garage away, I'll personally be there with a placard. So, we now, thank you very much. We now need to move the motion to adjourn the meeting until 5:30 p.m. I think the first submitter is scheduled for 5:35, but I think that he may well be here, and so I think we should say 5:30. So yes, if we could be back here at 5:30. Yes, exactly. Then we might get away at 6:05. So do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Young, if people could please vote. Oh, sure. Oh, yeah. Okay, and that is carried unanimously, so we'll adjourn until 5:30. All right, kia ora koutou, welcome back. And we, most of our remaining submissions will be on Zoom, and we can start now as Christopher Finlayson is here with us. You have 5 minutes, including time for any questions. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. I don't need 5 minutes. I'll need about one. I've provided my submission. There are two key points I wish to make. One, that there's a complete lack of evidence. This is not an evidence-based assessment, not an evidence-based increase, but it seems to be based on general statements like, gee, these fees seem to be low and land prices have gone up. And as I say in the submission, that's inadequate. The second key point I want to make, it's a matter of principle, but these sorts of fees should not be used by the council for general fundraising. They should be related to the land in question. And if there are to be increases, they have to be done in a principled way and not as part of a revenue-raising exercise for the council. And I tried to find it, but I just wasn't able to find the particular case related to survey fees for a ship, where there was a similar complaint made that the increase seemed to be related to the ministry wanting increased fees generally to aid its operation, and it wasn't related to the cost of survey. So that's the kind of principle that I think needs to be emphasised. It's not general fundraising. The fee has to relate to the actual licence. Those are my submissions. If you have any questions, I'd be delighted to take them.
Councillors, do you have any questions? Yes, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And the proposed encroachment fees actually did come from one of the solutions to reduce the impact of the rates increase. So do you have a view on that?
Well, I think that's improper, and you can't use these encroachment fees, massive increases, to cover expenditure or costs which may be incurred in other areas. It has to be a principle-based increase, in my opinion.
And one comment we heard was it could, the amount that's actually being paid on the encroachment fees could be seen as a bargain.
Well, I think I wanted to deal with this matter from the point of principle rather than my property. But if you look at the property that I had the encroachment license and spent many thousands of dollars making it attractive, employing landscape architects and so on, and I've actually enhanced the value of it for the council. And what it was before, as I said in my submission, was very scrappy land that had no value at all. So the enhancement has come from me. And as I say, there's an important environmental consideration here. People should be encouraged to look after these pieces of land so that the council doesn't have to. So there's actually a public good that comes out of people taking care of these pieces of land for the council.
Thank you.
I have a question from Councillor Young.
Mr. Finlayson, good evening. Just tell me, you said that the council can't use the money from the encroachments for its general purposes or to defray rates increases. So when you say it can't, do you mean legally it can't?
Oh, I'm not in the process of giving legal advice. That would be quite improper. The council's got to get its own legal advice.
No, I'm not asking, I'm just saying when you say it can't, I'm just not quite sure what you mean by it can't.
Oh, as a matter of principle, it shouldn't is probably the better way of saying.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions, councillors? Doesn't seem that there are. Thank you, Mr. Finlayson, for taking the time to share your thoughts.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye-bye. And now I'd like to welcome Jane Thomason. Kia ora, Jane. You have 5 minutes to speak, and that includes any time for questions. If you'd like to unmute yourself and go for it.
Hi everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to talk. I guess my key concern, so I'm talking about the encroachment policy and the changes to the or proposed changes to the encroachment policy, not to anything else. I currently am a person that pays for encroachment fees, and I don't have a problem paying those fees. I am concerned that there is a proposal to increase the fee by 100% with no justification for that 100% increase. It, you know, with it doesn't reflect inflation even at the highest rates that we're being talked about at the moment. So it would be good to have further justification or clarification as to why 100% is deemed appropriate. My bigger concern, however, is the proposal to rate the land being encroached upon in alignment with the value of my own properties and or anybody else's properties. And the reason for that is if you read the encroachment policy, the first thing it effectively says is that road reserve is dead land because it can't be used for the roads it was originally intended for, and topography doesn't allow you to do anything else. If people can find a way of using that land and you receive an encroachment fee for that, that's a benefit to the council already. Equally, and this is where I don't agree with it, is because I am paying rates on the property, and I'm quite sure that the piece of garage that is encroaching on road reserve is considered in the value of my property, which goes towards buying rates bill. So I'm already paying for that piece of land through my rates because of the value of my building has been improved through the encroachment. So that's the reason why I don't agree that encroachment fees should be based on adjoining property values. That's pretty much all I have to say. Any questions?
Thank you, Jane. Councillors, do we have any questions for Jane? I think you've been very clear, Jane, and so I'd like to thank you for taking the time to speak to us today.
Right.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, is Julia rolling online?
I am.
Kia ora, Julia. You have 5 minutes, and that includes any time for questions. Thank you.
Ko Julia Rolling tēnei. I am a Pākehā, and as a homeowner, a privileged one. I'm only a third generation Wellingtonian, and I say that not because it gives me a stronger voice as a first or second, but rather gives you context. And I ask that you pay special attention to consultation with local iwi, if you've not already done so, and as the tangata whenua to specifically seek out their perspective on this in future in the plans. I've joined you today to talk to the annual plan. You my submission, which is relatively brief. I support the owning community housing provider option for issue number 1. I believe that we need to retain our assets and as a long-term strategy, I believe it's how we can best support our community. As the council, you're more than an infrastructure provider. You represent the hub of Wellington as our community, and you need to hold whatever you can to maintain that role. In going with option 2, actually setting up a community housing provider, you need to ensure that you remain accountable in avoiding a backdoor sale of such assets. That's not my support. Also, talking about the waste management plan, I support the new landfill piggyback option. Incineration, waste to energy as an alternative. It has particulate pollution. They have improved over the years, but they have not fundamentally resolved that problem. There is effectively a perverse incentive to maintain waste volumes, and as such, it avoids disposing of our consumption waste in appropriate ways. I believe that we should be effectively investing residual money saved between other options like option 2, capital or otherwise, in investment in methane reduction plans, joint research initiatives, whatever, that while the first option has higher carbon emissions, they're actually many times more dangerous in terms of global warming, and as such, we need to ensure that we stay on top of technology in that regard. And I haven't spoken about third option, but frankly, we will continue to have waste and sending it elsewhere. It's just shifting the problem. We need to deal with that ourselves, and as such, we need to deal with it appropriately. I commend the council for taking into account the carbon costs, and having said that, there is ongoing work that we need to do, and that council needs to do in keeping an eye on the refinement of measurement of those costs, and council in Wellington's contribution to carbon emissions in the climate crisis. I think that some of that money could be spent on education, or at least we need to ensure that we have strong education around reuse and recycling options, other waste stream management options, and engaging with the entities that help waste stream management, events or otherwise. And I know that the council have engaged with those previously. And I want to just finish, in 2015, New Zealand, along with 192 other countries, endorsed Agenda 2030. We were signed up to 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And in this context, sustainability meaning we meet the needs of the current generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Specifically within those goals, responsible consumption and production, we need as a society to embrace that goal. And one of the targets within that goal is substantially reduce waste generation through prevention, reduction, recycling and reuse. And we have a role to play, and the council has a role to play that.
Thank you, Julia. We've run out of time, unfortunately, but I really did want to say thank you for taking the time to give us such a thoughtful submission. Thank you very much. All right, so Glenn Caulfield, I'm wondering if you might be able to go next. You have 5 minutes, including time for questions. Welcome, Glenn.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, facilitators and councillors. Seems like encroachments is a popular topic, and I've got a reasonably comprehensive set of thoughts. So I'm speaking about those encroachments, excluding the ones along the lines of businesses having outdoor seating, reading the annual plan information, the justification for that immediate doubling of fees, and the intention to link fees to asset value, which sounds like land value. It's really just to knock a couple of tenths of a percent off the general rates increase, sort of the headline number. So I submit that councils do things for people and not in the business of making an economic return on land, which has been previously paid for. One could think of it as user pays. But user pays is when there's a direct cost involved to provide that service, and much of that cost wouldn't be incurred if the service didn't exist. So what I'd call passive encroachments, which are little or no additional cost to ratepayers, especially with no economic benefit to the encroacher, doesn't seem like a return on assets or a user pays situation to me. Even if those encroachments cause some sort of inconvenience to someone else, I still couldn't see how the cost to the encroacher can be justified based on an asset value, which is really just an accounting construct. A piece of land worth 10 times what it once was, but still just a piece of land paid for long ago, and any fee increase other than recovering actual cost of the scheme, and any extra direct costs incurred by council because of the encroachment directly just doesn't seem fair to me. Now, my situation might be at the extreme end, but I'm sure a lot of others will have at least some of these same sort of characteristics. My encroachment is airspace, so it's balcony over a city laneway. It'll be deemed highly valuable due to the central city location. Doesn't create any cost for council or anyone, certainly not in anyone's way. I'm 4 floors up. It's small and doesn't block anyone's view except from a particular angle from the one particular street where someone wouldn't just stand there and gaze into the sky. It's not something I have the ability to remove, so I can't control it. Effectively, I've got no option. I'm a bit of a hostage, and it's not something that I make money on. I live in my own apartment here. And as a point that's been made a couple of people ago, it presumably makes my rateable valuation higher than it would be otherwise, so I already pay a bit more in rates because of that. But yet I'm facing a doubling of cost in the first instance, and probably a lot more if that situation gets linked to the land value. Now, I remember there was a similar proposal years ago that had potentially very large increases based more or less around a land value construct, and that was pretty heavily modified based on consultation feedback. But even then, the cost I paid at that point almost doubled, and of course now we're looking at sort of multiples beyond that, the way things are heading. So yeah, look, I'll skip some of the blurb here because I'm sure you've heard this sort of stuff over and over. So I guess to summarise and close, I'd be paying a lot more, as will others, for something I can't control, can't make it go away, that I don't benefit from financially as far as I can see, that doesn't cost ratepayers anything other than the cost of running the scheme. Effectively, that's a direct rates increase on me under another name, for where I already pay a higher rate than I would otherwise if the balcony wasn't part of my floor space and the amenity of the apartment. And the only justification for that seems to have been to achieve a general rates increase that looks a bit less than otherwise, because I suppose that's the headline amount that everyone talks about. But there'll be someone paying the price, and that will include me, which is, just because of applying an economic concept of return on asset value that I guess the other gentleman talked about, sort of point around principle approach, just doesn't seem to fit. And, you might imagine that I see that as a little bit unfair when my encroachment causes no direct cost and no inconvenience. And yes, thank you all for listening and having this session.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Glenn? Glenn, do you think it would be different, because many encroachments provide off-street parking? Do you consider that different than your situation in terms of that personal use and value?
Yes, look, I don't I haven't thought any wider than my own situation, which is more around balconies. When it comes to land level, if I can call it that, I'm not sure if that land would otherwise, or that space, which maybe these are the car parks that sort of hang over the side of roads a bit on a what you call like on a deck. So I think it would kind of depend whether that land was usable otherwise. So yeah, sorry, I can't really answer directly there, because I would need to know the circumstances. It would probably fit some of the sort of criteria I've talked about with my own situation, but I recognise mine's probably the most extreme. I'm not so sure about others.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot there. I'd like to thank you for taking the time to come and speak to us. That was really great. Thank you. And our next submitter is Michael Ellis. I believe you're online, Michael.
I am indeed.
Kia ora, you have 5 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you.
All right. I tend to be succinct, so hopefully this will take less than 5 minutes. I just wanted to come along to the meeting tonight to let you know that I've been involved in the consultation on creating a new social housing entity, and that I support the proposal to create that new entity. I'm just concerned all the way through the consultation. There's been talk about there being a capital expenditure deficit with the social housing, and the financial risks of that have not been disclosed during the consultation. So I'm just really concerned that at some point in the future, ratepayers are going to be hit with costs upgrading the existing social housing or building replacement housing. I just think that as part of the process for the future of social housing, that should be disclosed and quantified so that council and ratepayers are aware of any future costs.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Michael? Yes, Councillor Planet.
Thanks very much, Michael. I'm just curious about whether you see there's any public good in providing housing to people who can't afford it or who have particular needs, and then where the balance lies between individual responsibility and the state and the council. Thank you.
Yeah, I do see there being a role for social housing. I think the new entity being able to access the central government subsidy is the way to go in terms of providing that. There is definitely a role for government to provide that housing because a lot of low income workers couldn't otherwise afford to live in our city.
Just one other question. If the chip fails, who do you think should be responsible for bailing it out?
Well, I think that's my point. The ratepayers are going to be the ones who are going to bail it out.
Okay, any other questions, councillors? I think a different point, well made, Michael. It was, thank you for taking the time to come and speak to us this evening. Do we?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have? Okay, George, if you're online, George Hampton.
Yes.
Welcome, George. You have 5 minutes, including time for questions. Kia ora.
Cool, awesome. Hello, councillors. My name's George Hampton. Live in Miramar, and I guess just wanted to talk to you about the proposed changes to the encroachment fees. So I guess we were lucky enough, my partner and myself, to purchase our first home last year. As house prices were skyrocketing. And we're aware that we had an encroachment and everything like that. Signed the contract with the council, and then we obviously received. I didn't receive a letter in the mailbox. Luckily, my partner got one via email, informing us of the proposed changes. And I guess I just wanted to, talk to you about kind of my views on that. Obviously, the encroachments are to do with its legal road and whatnot, but I pretty much consider that there's, significant public benefits out of the way they're currently managed, and that in terms of the private benefits, allows off-street parking, which is part of, the overall push here in Wellington and nationally, and it allows safe access to and from many properties with a pretty steep land. And then in terms of, public benefits, you're obviously allowing the off-street parking. So you got the removal of parked vehicles from existing road carriageway, results in less disruption to traffic movements, which I think is pretty important. A lot of these are on sort of narrow streets, including the one I'm on here in Te Auteo. Road. It obviously increases the general rates pool available to council by enabling development of land that previously would have been uneconomic to develop. So basically, in the case of my property, essentially you wouldn't be able to have a property here without an encroachment at this point in time. So basically you've got a larger general rates pool to draw upon. You've also got a reduction in general expenditure in maintenance of public land. We spend a significant amount of time on our encroachment, clearing ivy and whatnot. Yeah, and it's pretty steep land too, so it's not an easy task. And we would look at increasing, the biodiversity there, removing the ivy and planting it up in natives and whatnot. And I'm aware that others have already done that. And then, an encroachment really doesn't limit the public access to specific areas of public land. It does limit their public access, and it kind of limits. I know our one, it's pretty steep. It's 35 degrees. So you're kind of removing that health and safety risk of having to manage steep slopes and whatnot. And then I guess that there's an overall net benefit, and just in terms of everyone's looking out for themselves and the encroachment side of it. So it's been. Sorry. I'll move on. I guess the other thing I wanted to it's been pretty unprecedented financial conditions over the past 24 to 30 months. There's been a significant increase in house prices. And I know that we are not the only ones that are, our mortgage rate's going to increase. So it's going to be pretty hard to service any increases in these encroachment fees. I know we're looking at close to a $400 a fortnight increase in our interest payments. So that's a pretty significant dent in our disposable income. And then I guess the other thing is it's if sold on the open market, that piece of land is only of value to us as the property owner. It's not of value to anyone else. So I kind of think it's a pretty good arrangement that council has currently, in terms of, we accept, I guess, all the risk associated with the land and maintenance of the car decks or whatever structure may be present. So I kind of think it's just manifestly unjust to increase the encroachment fee without any sort of significant benefit for council, with the exception of additional income. That's kind of what I wanted to say in a nutshell.
Thanks, George. You've pretty much nailed the timeline, and you just with those 5 minutes. So thank you for taking the time to come and share your thoughts with us. We appreciate it. Thank you. So, councillors, we have 5 minutes. The next submitter is overseas and has asked for a time in 5 minutes. He's not online yet, so I suggest we just break for 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and see if he's there, and then do the rest of our business and finish up. Thank you. the final submitter has not appeared, so we will see if we can reschedule him. So, yes. We then move the motion to receive the information and hear the oral submitters and thank them for their submissions. Is there anything you want to say, Heidi, introducing that paper?
No, I will just take that as read.
Okay, and do I have a second?
I was just going to say we had a public participation person pop up on our screen.
Oh, he's
Oh, are you there, Mr. Anderson? Stephen?
I've been here for 10 minutes.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was advised that you weren't there, so I'm happy to see you. And you have 5 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Hang on, I'll just put my camera on. Good morning, good evening to Wellington. I'm calling from London. Hi, Councillor Foon. I wish to speak against the encroachment policy, and for one simple reason: this is pure and simple a rates grab from the council, and I'm not going to cross any swords about it. This is just straight money grabbing. From my point of view and my personal point of view, I want to know where the council thinks that I can just get a doubling of my income. Rates went up 14% last year. This is a doubling of my fee. And by my estimates, if this proposal is taken, it will go up another 50% on top of another 100%. So I'd just like to ask the council where they think that money is coming from. My income hasn't gone up 100%, let alone 150%. I understand fuel is over $3 a litre in New Zealand. It's £1.80 a litre here. Gas is up 8 times. I just want to know where the councillor thinks the money is coming from. From the other point of view is if the council is going to put their prices up, and I understand council needs to get a return, an economic return, that's not in question. My issue is that if the council wants to increase, for example, to bring it to at the rateable level of the adjacent land, then we have longer rather than year-by-year leases on the land. Make it 10 years, give us some sort of certainty. It also reflect the fact that the rateable land is based on the fact that we have exclusive use of that land, whereas the current encroachment land is only year-by-year effectively tenancy. From my own personal point of view, I can't build on the land because there's a whopping great sewer that goes through in front of the house. So I can't actually get the full value out of the land in the first place. Now, as I said, I'm not against having to pay for that. I'm not suggesting that for a moment. But what I am suggesting is, in my case, I've actually offered to buy the land from the council twice. The land can't be used for anything. It just can't be. If anyone goes and looks at my house, which is 60 Similar Crescent, you can see it for yourself. You can't use it. In my case, if I hand the land back to the council would be required to maintain it and also wouldn't get the encroachment. Whereas if I was able to buy it, in an example of my case, the council would, one, get the revenue from the sale of the land and also get the appropriate rates value of the land, because it would be adjacent to my property, and I have no issue with that whatsoever. So that's my submission. I'm not wasting anyone's time. I'm just getting straight to the point. If anyone's got any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thanks, Stephen, and my apologies for nearly skipping you there. So I'm glad we
That's fine.
Connected. Councillors, are there any questions? Yes, Councillor Pannett.
Thanks, Stephen. Nice to see a bit of London all the way over there. And the point taken about rising costs. If you want us to reduce our rates, where would you go to cut services? Thanks.
Okay, sure. Great question. It's not about reducing rates. I never said that. What I said was you shouldn't increase them by 100%. So from my point of view, the rates went up 14% last year because there's a big water issue. Okay, fine, they went up 14%, but you can't keep increasing them by double-digit and in this case triple-digit numbers to reflect the fact that it saves somebody else. For example, I believe there's a couple of thousand encroachments which aren't actually feed for at all. So why don't you increase the burden of rates across more people rather than increase the burden among a smaller number of people?
Any other questions, councillors? No. Thank you very much again, Stephen. We appreciate you taking the time and fitting that into the schedule from far away.
Thank you very much for your time. Good evening.
So we will go back to moving the motion. I was asking for a seconder, I believe. Councillor O'Neill, thank you. So if we can vote to receive the information and thank the submitters. Yes, you're voting for... All right, that is carried unanimously. Tēnā kua muta te hui e tū mō te karakia. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia ki te uru tapanui. Kia wātea, kia mama, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua, e te ara takatū. Ko o rā e rongo, whakairia ake ki runga. Kia wātea, ai rā kua wātea. Thanks very much, officers and colleagues and submitters. See yous.